true contenders in all facets, but it did not work out. Then, at home against Washington, Michigan's playoff hopes were on the line, and the Wolverines earned a huge win. Last week, same deal, but throwing a chance to accomplish one of the team's goals and earn another win over Michigan State. That was another success. Today, the playoff mentality must remain, though the prestige of the opponent doesn't quite continue to climb. The November stretch run, much of it at least, simply requires Michigan to do what is expected as favorites over the next 3 games, and if they do, the build up to the game at the end of the month will increase to a level fitting of the rivalry. Today, November begins with the struggling Purdue Boilermakers in town. The task is simply described. Win, and the playoff conversation continues. Let's get you ready for the 7:10 kickoff here from Michigan Stadium all afternoon on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from northeast, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Now, with former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Well, Jack, the response since the USC game has been strong. That Washington win, a good one, and of course, a double-digit victory at a rival's home stadium, that always classifies as a success.
It sure does. The state championship, anytime you can come away with a win against the Spartans, you got to feel good about that 4 years in a row. It's been awesome to see. There were certainly some things in that game that Michigan would want to clean up, particularly in the passing game, but the defense seems to be finding their stride and coming together as the season progresses, and that running game was pretty spectacular. To have 2 running backs go for over 100 yards, that's really difficult. It's hard to do. It's a credit to what Michigan wants their identity to be, which is running the ball effectively. When you get 2 guys that can do that, you're usually going to find a way to win ball games. So a great win, one goal accomplished this year for this team, and now we move on to Purdue.
Yeah, first time since the national championship game, Michigan had 2 100-yard rushers. First time against Michigan State since Tyrone Wheatley and Tim Biakabatuka in 1994. Now, the hope for the fan base since that unfortunate trip to Los Angeles was for Michigan to survive and advance and set up basically what would be a play-in game for the college football playoff against the Buckeyes right here at the Big House in 28 days. And hey, that could potentially be for a spot in the Big Ten title game as well. Of course, that's the long-term vision for head coach Sharon Moore, but accomplishing that requires a focus on the task at hand.
Don't look too far ahead. Know that we got a really good team that we're going to play. Record aside, you're in the Big Ten, and any team can beat any team if you're not on your game. So you watch college football throughout the year, and you see it every week that somebody they just get lackadaisical or they get complacent. So we've looked at complacency as a plague around here. It's something you got to stay away from. So continue to strain and keep the urgency in the program.
The what is always going to be most important at this point of the season. We're in November now. What being win or loss. But it does feel like probably the last game, because Michigan has 2 road conference games before facing Ohio State. The last time, probably the how is pretty important because Purdue comes in 2-6. They haven't won since game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I like Coach Moore's comments about needing to have a sense of urgency at this point in the season. It's easy to kind of rest on your laurels and think, well, we're in the back half of the season here. It is what it is, and we're going to show up and try to play the best we can, and you don't want to look too far forward to that Ohio State game, which everybody has circled, and if Michigan takes care of business the way they should, they're going to go into that game with a chance to accomplish all the things that they want to. But this is the point in the season when good teams start to really flip it over and really find a new gear, and they start to become more efficient, and they start making big plays, and they start really honing in on what they do well, and they start executing that at a really high level. I think with Michigan, there's a lot of good things out there. There's a lot of talent on that field, and they've played pretty well. There's still this gap, I think, that everybody senses of there's still more to come. They can do more. And if you're going to accomplish that in this 2025 season, now is the point in time where you start that trajectory. You have to be a team on the rise. You have to be a team that's ascending at this point, because when Ohio State comes in here, and then hopefully games after that, you're going to have your fastball every single time, every single snap. And there's been times where Michigan's had it, and there's been times where they haven't. This is where you start to hone it in. And, as a Michigan fan, you look at the next 3 games and go, what a good opportunity. Take advantage of this. You have opponents that you are better than. On paper, you're going to be the favorite in all of those games, and it's an opportunity to really hone in on that, find your rhythm, and get ready for the Buckeyes late in the year.
Initial thoughts on a Purdue team. I mentioned they knocked off their first 2 non-conference opponents, Southern Illinois and Ball State. They're under first-year head coach and Barry Odom, whose second game at UNLV as the head coach was here at the Big House during Michigan's national championship season. But thoughts on a team that is in that basement of the league, long way to at least a few guys who have some intrigue, and Devin Mockamy, the running back, he played in that Big Ten championship game Michigan faced Purdue back in Indy in 2022.
Yeah, look, it's not a super talented team on paper. They haven't been, their record speaks for itself. They haven't been able to do enough good things to feel good about where they're at this point. That being said, there is talent out there. Anybody who watches enough college football understands that in today's era of NIL and transfer portal, anything can happen. There's a lot more parity running around in college football than there ever was, and Coach Moore talked about it earlier in the segment, where if you're not bringing it and you get lackadaisical, you fall asleep at the wheel, so to speak. Anybody in the Big Ten can beat anybody. There's enough talent running around on that field. They got a 2-quarterback system. That means the defense is going to have to prepare for multiple looks and different things coming from that Purdue offense. So Michigan's got to come in here ready to go, ready to take care of business. If they do that, they should be okay. They are more talented than this Purdue team. But don't sleep on anybody right now, because you never know what can happen.
Plenty to do here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We will take you up until kickoff with all of our coverage. We will scout the Boilermakers a bit more in depth coming up at 4:30. Brandon Hillman from the Michigan secondary will stop by at 4:50. 5 o'clock, not only John Jansen's arrival, but also will be peeled to that availability report, something Michigan fans have been discussing and worrying about since the start of the week. Doug Karsh will stop by at 5:48. Final hour pregame will have both coordinators share some thoughts, Chip Lindsey and Wink Martindale, along with offensive lineman Jake Guarnera and the head coach Sharon Moore, all in anticipation of a kickoff at 7:10 tonight. It is the second to last game at the Big House this season. We all know what the last one is, so one more chance here at home before the game. And, of course, Michigan in that playoff mode. Win, you're still in it. Lose, and it's probably done for 2 of Michigan's 4 goals. They accomplished 1 last week in East Lansing, and, of course, the one at the end of the year on the horizon. We will talk about the week that was for the Wolverines as we continue right after this. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today. From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Hey, Wolverine fans. As you head into the Big House this season, cheers with a toast to Michigan-made excellence. Founded by U of M alums Susan and Will Bramer, Laurentide Winery is proud to debut their award-winning amazing wines as the house wines of the Big House. 100% grown in Leelanau, crafted with passion, and perfect for your game day celebrations. You can find our wine on the concourse, club, or suites menus. Explore LaurentideWinery.com to learn more. Thank you, and go Blue!
When you're on the move and looking for nonstop college sports action, get the Varsity Network app and take the game with you everywhere. Stream live play-by-play from schools across the country right from your phone, free. Catch hundreds of weekly podcasts, including shows from your favorite teams, all in one place. From football Saturdays to midweek hoops, it's your all-access pass to the college sports world. Whether it's game day or just your daily drive, the Varsity Network app has you covered. Download now and listen live for free on the Varsity Network app.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
A physical win in all three phases. I thought up front, set the tone early with how physical we wanted to be. I was really proud of the offensive line. Still things to work on, but rushing for over 200 yards again in another Big Ten game is huge. I thought those young guys played extremely well, played with attitude, with the want to. I thought D-line played well. We had a couple runs that got out, and besides those, I think 2 plays, the run game was non-existent for them. And when you do that in the Big Ten, you're going to be successful. So felt like it was a really good win.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
That was the head coach, Sharon Moore, on the victory last week in East Lansing. Certainly some things Michigan has to clean up. There was some chippiness, but nothing that detoured the conversation away from what happened in the 60 minutes of football, which is always good. Your biggest takeaways from Michigan keeping Paul at home, winning that state championship game?
Well, you had mentioned, keeping the chippiness in check. I thought they did a really good job handling the emotions of that game. It was Michigan State that got sideways a few times and cost their team. Michigan was able to hone that in and play really hard. I thought they played really, really hard, but it was nothing that could have hurt their team after the whistle or anything like that. So it was great to see that. It was obviously a point of emphasis for the coaches to make sure the players understood that, and they did that really well. Obviously, the run game was a major success. It was good to see. It feels like between Washington and the Michigan State game, the offensive line is starting to find a little rhythm with the running backs. It's good to see that when you got 2 guys that go for over 100 yards. It's hard to lose football games, and I think the question mark is around the passing game a little bit. When we have been able to throw the ball well and efficiently, the tight ends have been in play, and they just weren't against Michigan State. Now, I don't think that's intentional. I think when you're running the ball that well, it's hard to go away from it. And look, Michigan is willing to win games with an ugly style of football. It is not the flashiest. It is not necessarily the most exciting brand, but they know what it takes to win games, which is to control the line of scrimmage, usually win the time of possession, and run the ball and wear teams down. And when that's working, you don't really have to go to anything else. And I know, fans are clamoring for a little more of Bryce and a little more vertical action downfield, and being able to find some of, whether it's McCauley or Marsh or hopefully those tight ends if they're healthy and able to play and get in rhythm. But, it's been, look, at the end of the day, it's about the points on the scoreboard, and they were able to do that efficiently and effectively. The defense, I think, is really finding their stride, and this is, it reminds me of last year. It felt the same way too, where it took a few games and it took getting burned a couple times for Wink and that defense to start to figure out how to move the pieces around in the right way to be effective defensively, and I feel like they are doing that now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really become a tradition for Michigan football here over the last handful of years. There's a game or a stretch of games where the Wolverines have leaned on the run to an extreme level compared to other teams in college football. Then the questions start about Michigan's passing game, the offensive upside as a whole. And if you just go year by year, 2021, Michigan was good enough to compete with all but 2-3 teams in the country. Yep. The problem was Georgia was at the peak of its power in that 21 and 22 stretch. 22 felt like just kind of one bad game that Michigan got behind in Glendale, and it spiraled. And then 2023, Michigan did lean on the run, but they did have some big-time passes, some needs to go downfield that they executed. Last year, Michigan didn't have a pass game. It was run or, okay, what do we do here? My question to you is, what is your thought on the upside of this offense, and in particular, the pass game here in 2025?
Well, I think that's why some folks have been frustrated, because when you looked at it last year, there just wasn't enough talent to go do it, really. And so there was almost you kind of turn yourself over to like, hey, we just, we don't have the horses to go throw the ball down the field. We don't have a quarterback that can do it. And we didn't have the receivers. And then you look at this year, and you got an incredible talent in Bryce Underwood behind center. And you look at McCulley, you look at Marsh, and there's a host of tight ends that have found their way to get open throughout the year. And you go, the pieces are there to piece it, to put it together, I should say. And it is frustrating at times where it feels like that's out of rhythm and that's out of sync. And I don't know. I don't know if it's a clash of styles between kind of smash and we're going to run the ball and we're going to line up with multiple tight ends in there. And how do you marry that up to let's stretch the ball vertically all the time unless it's through play action? And maybe that's it. And maybe the running game is working so well the last couple of weeks that they haven't really had to test it out all that much. It's probably somewhere in between all of those things. The good news is, as we sit here today, everything is still in front of Michigan. They got 3 games prior to Ohio State to tune this thing up and find what they need to do, because that's ultimately what this is all leading up to, is how are they going to play against Ohio State, assuming they play good enough to win these next 3 games and they take care of business. Are you doing enough to beat Ohio State? That's the thought, whether it's the offseason, and it's certainly the thought here even before we play Purdue.
And it's interesting because the first committee rankings will come out this Tuesday, and I mean, it's irrelevant for Michigan because the fork in the road is very simple. Win out, you're in. Lose a game, and it's over.
You just got to stay the course. You just got to take this 1 week at a time. I kind of like the notion that people aren't nationally talking about Michigan right now, and they can just focus in. There's not a lot of outside noise. There's not a lot of outside pressure right now. All they need to focus on is the task at hand week in and week out. And when good teams do that at this point in the season, they start getting better and better and better, and it leads to special things at the end of the year. They have that in front of them. It's an exciting time right now. Just, again, go about your business each single day.
And coaches are not wired to where if Michigan is controlling this game early and they're having success on the ground, they're not going to just throw for throwing's sake.
No,
right? They're not going to rack up 30 passes and be like, all right, bro, this isn't a spring ball situation. This is not Tuesday or Wednesday practice. If the run is working, Michigan needs to win the game.
Yeah.
Run the ball.
And that's all that matters. And they have shown time and time again over the last 2 seasons they're willing to win ugly as long as it means they win.
No doubt. Was that the hot topic back in 2003? Because as we share this day in Michigan football history presented by Buddy's Pizza, 22 years ago today, Chris Perry rumbled for 219 yards on 51 carries in Michigan's 27-20 victory over Michigan State. Those 51 carries represent a program record by 7.
That's remarkable. 51
carries. Yeah, you run for 219 yards on a little more than 4 yards a carry.
That's impressive. I'm sure he wasn't feeling too great after that game, but wow, what a 51 carries. That's incredible.
Yeah, no doubt. And obviously, 2003 worked out pretty well for Michigan. That segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza, just like Michigan football. Buddy's knows all about being the best in the game and has been since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to score your original Detroit-style pizza. We will do a little bit more scouting on the Wolverines as this November stretch run begins against Purdue. The Boilermakers back at the Big House for the second time in 3 seasons. As we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's raining cash, cash, cash this November at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Every Saturday from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 4 guests each hour will score $500 cash. At 11 p.m. each Saturday, 2 lucky winners will each take home $10,000 cash. Then on November 29th, the excitement peaks. 2 guests will strike it rich with $30,000 cash each. A share of $200,000 in cash is calling your name. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at Buddy'sPizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Hey Michigan fans, the best football deserves the best Bloody Mary mix. Zing Zang, Michigan's favorite. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, Worcestershire sauce, and a bold blend of spices, Zing Zang delivers a taste that's as legendary as our team. And for those who love the heat, try Zing Zang Blazing. Proudly served at the Big House, Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Find Zing Zang Bloody Mary mix at local retailers. Go blue and go Zing Zang.
Hey Michigan fans, is it time to upgrade your outdoor living space? As the #1 brand in premium decking, TimberTech scores big points for real wood looks without the costly maintenance. It will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck can perform at the top of its game season after season. TimberTech, official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. Order free samples at timbertech.com. That's timbertech.com.
It's a Michigan game day.
When you're just running downhill at guys, you're going to pin yours back and we're going to just go vertically downhill at them. I think that's when we're at our best. I think we have gotten better at the outside zone scheme, but I'm still a guy. I think we're best when we know, hey, we're running the ball downhill at you.
That is running backs coach Tony Alford on that Michigan ground game. A special performance. Talked about it. 2 backs exceeding 100 yards. Donovan Edwards and Blake Corum last to do that in Houston on January 8th, 2024. We all know what happened then. And I mentioned 94 the last time Michigan did against the Spartans. Tyrone Wheatley, Tim Biaka-Batuka. Justice Haynes been putting up incredible numbers all season. Jordan Marshall really found his stride. For Marshall, it's interesting because it feels like he's one of those guys that it takes a little while. You got to churn and wear guys down, not the big play stuff. A big play for him seems like outside of the long run late against Michigan State, big play might be 15 to 20 yards. But boy, when you are 4, 5, 6 yards a carry periodically over the course of 60 minutes, he's quite the unique assignment for a defense.
He is, and he kind of marries up well to what this Michigan run game is about, which is we're just going to wear you down. And as long as it's 3 yards or more, they're okay with that because that means you're going to go get first downs. And he has that ability. He doesn't have the breakaway speed. He doesn't have that big play ability that we've seen from Justice Haynes or Donovan Edwards in the past. But he does have that tough, gritty style of running between the tackles. I think he's really gotten a lot better in the last few weeks at being patient, at finding, I think when Haynes was getting the majority of the touches, you get in the game, you're anxious, you want to go play, you want to make a big play, and so before the play really develops, you're running into the backs of your offensive linemen, and if you just slow down a little bit, you'd find that seam where 2 yards becomes 5 or 6, and I think he's gotten better at that in the last couple weeks. The one thing that I'd like to see from him a little bit more, even though we think of Justice Haynes as that big explosive play kind of running back, he does have a really good ability to break those arm tackles as well. And early in the season, I think it's gotten better the last couple weeks, but early in the season, Jordan Marshall, it was 90% of the way blocked. It wasn't perfect. He's got to be able to get through that arm tackle. If the offensive lineman isn't able to strain enough to get up on a linebacker and get totally in front of him, if it's just an arm tackle from a linebacker, when you're that gritty, every down running back, you have got to be able to break those arm tackles. You've got to be able to get hit for 2 or 3, fall forward for 4 or 5, like Blake Corum was so good at all the time. Even if it wasn't perfectly blocked, you knew that when he got into the scrum like that, he was going forward for another couple yards every time. Marshall has that. He's got that running style. That's the part of his game I think he's got to continue to work on. As long as he's patient, those things become easier. When you're not patient, you're running into the backs of the offensive lineman. It's just a big wall. It's hard to fall forward for another couple yards. When you're a tad patient, that seam starts to open, and now all of a sudden falling forward is a lot easier.
Blake Frazier's first start at left tackle. Giovanni El-Hadi obviously missed a few games. He's been back now for a little while. Jake Guarnera, who did not start at right guard at the beginning of the year, he has settled in at that spot. And, of course, the 2 guys who've been the stalwarts so far this season, Greg Crippen at center, Andrew Sprague at right tackle. Do you feel like this offensive line is peaking right now?
Well, I hope they're not peaking. I hope they're I hope they're going the right way, and I think that they are.
Are they playing their best right now?
I think so. I think they're playing the best football that they've played in the season thus far. I think that they've done a really good job, when I say they, the coaching staff, of giving these guys in the early part of the season, or maybe the halfway point in the season, a few different schemes to figure out, all right, what are we good at? What are we going to work with here? And you heard Coach Alford talk about he feels like we're getting better at outside zone. But really, he said when we run downhill, that's when we're at our best. I agree. A lot of that is gap scheme, power scheme, and I think it makes it easier for an offensive line when you're running those types of runs. The defense has to declare, and when you're doing zone schemes and you're kind of all running in the same direction, sometimes those defenders are typically a little more athletic than the offensive linemen are, and it's harder to stop them. It's harder to get out in front of them and create that seam. When you go a gap scheme, it's pretty simple. A lot of times it's, all right, we got to move these 2 guys to the right side. So is the D lineman here? Is the linebacker over there? They have to declare. Then it kind of sorts out who's on who. It slows the game down a little bit. It makes blitzing easier to pick up. A lot of times when you're when you are in an outside zone scheme, those linebackers, they can come so quick, and you're trying to figure out what you're doing with the D tackle, and they run right by you. When it's a gap scheme, your eyes are always in the same place. You know it's basically a double team every time between me and this guy, or I got this gap, whatever it might be. It just slows everything down. And I think this Michigan offensive line is powerful. I don't know that they're incredibly athletic. I think Blake Frazier is out at left tackle. I don't know how athletic it is in the middle, and that makes it a little easier. Go declare. We're going to move guys around, and we're going to get a guy like Jordan Marshall patient enough to find that seam, get downhill, and get some yards.
Defensively, felt like for a good chunk of that game, there were a few hiccups, but for a good chunk of the game, Michigan's defense was solid. How close is that group in your eyes to really taking off?
I think that they are doing the same thing. I think that they are on the ascend. I think that they are playing really well. Unfortunately, it took Oklahoma exposing the defense, particularly the secondary. Same thing with USC. For us to figure out, maybe we just play more of a base style defense, play more of a shell, keep everything in front of us, and play a little bit more of bend, don't break. And, you know, that's something that I think a lot of football people struggle with is it's not necessarily real aggressive. We're going to go attack. Everyone likes that. Everyone likes the big plays and the blitzes, and we're going all out.
Well, unless it doesn't work, and then they hate the blitzes.
Well, that's exactly right. And until it doesn't work. And when it doesn't work against good teams, it can really cost you, and they make those explosive plays. It's hard to come back from that, particularly when the offense is playing the style that they are, which it's going to take time to move down the field. It's going to have to be methodical. It's not going to be, you know, hey, okay, we give up 7, and then boom, just like that, we're back with 7 points. Justin Haynes was able to do that a few times, but the offense really isn't built that way. So defensively, keeping everything in front of you, I think they're playing a lot more fundamentally sound. I think the secondary, as the season has gone on, you don't see many missed assignments. They seem to know where they need to be. They're playing very hard. A couple more turnovers would be helpful. We've talked about Shug. He's had a couple that he's dropped that we'd like to see him get back. The one thing that this defense is going to have to do, particularly as we get into Ohio State and hopefully the playoff and all the rest, is these explosive offenses. We've got to be able to find ways to get pressure. And a lot of teams have neutralized that by getting the ball out of the quarterback's hand really quick. But when the quarterback's able to drop back and we only rush 4, every time Michigan wins big games, particularly over the last few years, the defensive line has had an epic day. And they are going to have to find ways to get pressure with 4. When you slow everything down, when Michigan's on its heels, they seem to struggle. When they're trying to sub guys in and it's chaotic and they don't really know what's going on, that's when offenses seem to take advantage of this Michigan defense. When you slow the game down and you can get after the quarterback with 4 and you're playing in the secondary where everything's in front of you and, all right, look, we give up a few yards. Okay, back at it. That's when this defense finds a way because they're talented enough. It's hard for anybody. It will be hard for any offense when they play this Michigan defense, if they are playing sound, to march down the field and score on them consistently because there's too much talent on that Michigan defense. Something's going to give. There's going to be a turnover. There's going to be a sack. Somebody over a 15-play drive is going to commit a penalty and back you up into 3rd and 20. They got a punt, right? Good things will happen for that defense if they just don't overextend. I feel like they've been better about that the last few weeks.
Gearing up for a 7:10 kickoff here. Under overcast skies, there's a chance of maybe a very slight chance of a shower here, but this is
great football
crisp
weather.
Autumn November football, and it's hard to believe Michigan really bookends the month. First of the month, Purdue. End of the month here at the Big House against Ohio State. And obviously, one challenge a little bit different than the other, but the Wolverines need to win. They need to keep it going and make that matchup with the Buckeyes mean everything that it can be. We will tell you about the Boilermakers, who are under a first-year head coach. They've got some talent. They're playing hard, but they haven't had a whole lot to show for it so far as we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. After this is Michigan football from Learfield.
This football season, Detroit Wingco is officially in the Big House. Catch us at concessions serving up our award-winning boneless wings and crispy fries during every home game. And while you're there, don't miss your shot to win free wings for a year. That's right, free wings all year long. Just head to our spot in the Big House to learn more. Detroit Wingco, now serving the Big House. That's how Detroit wins.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
The official podcast home of the Wolverines is M Go Blue Podcasts. Join John Jansen and me, Brian Bush, as we cover Michigan athletics all year long. Get the latest on Michigan football on In the Trenches, presented by Meyer. Defend the Block focuses on both the men's and women's basketball programs. And Conquering Heroes covers all other Michigan sports. Enjoy all of those episodes and much more on M Go Blue Podcasts. Just search M Go Blue Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Really, really hard, gut-wrenching in a lot of ways because it's really the first time this year, and I'm not going back and trying to go back to, the start of the season until now, but it was the first time I really felt like a team, from the emotional investment to guys really celebrating each other's success, and you could feel it building up last week.
That is the first-year head coach of the Boilermakers, Barry Odom, on what was a gut punch loss to Rutgers at home last week, 27-24. Odom took over a Purdue program that has not been able to capitalize on that Big Ten championship game appearance against Michigan back in 2022. Jeff Brom left to take the job at his alma mater, Louisville. Ryan Walters went from the defensive coordinator job at Illinois, where maybe his masterpiece was here at the Big House when Illinois almost beat Michigan that 2022 season. He took the job, went 4-8 in year one, 1-11 in year two. And then we saw, as we mentioned earlier, Barry Odom was the head man at UNLV. 19 wins in 2 seasons for a UNLV program that has really historically never been that good. They had not had back-to-back seasons like that really ever before coming to West Lafayette. This was always going to be a multi-year build. We've talked about this a little bit. Curt Cignetti has kind of broken the perspective on first-year head coaches in college football in so many ways, but it has been a struggle. 2 close league losses last week and then just by 7 at Minnesota on October 11th. Otherwise, they just haven't been in the right tier to even really have much of a shot.
Well, I think Odom's a good coach. Obviously, you can see that from the success that he had at UNLV. It's a different caliber of football when you get into the Big Ten and you're trying to compete with the big boys like he is now. And, from a school like Purdue, do they have the resources? Are they committed to football to invest in NIL and to go out and find the players that they need to compete at a high level? You said it. I was going to mention this. I mean, Cignetti has kind of flipped everything on its head, where the expectation now from a lot of these what I'll call Tier 2 Power 4 schools is, oh, geez, that can be us. We can go figure this thing out. And
we just need to find our Cignetti.
It's just not It's just not that easy.
No.
I mean, you gotta. It's like catching lightning in a bottle. It's really hard to do. It's got to be the right place, right time, the right coach. Who's coaching a bunch of guys that will buy in, and then you get a little momentum, and then you have booster support, and then you can go find better guys to buy in, and the gravy train starts going from there, like you're seeing with Indiana right now. That is really, really hard to find, and Curt Cignetti is responsible for the firing of a lot of coaches right now, and that's a credit to him. I think for Purdue, where they're at in the season, tough loss last week against Rutgers, and it's a little bit of, I think, we're going to see what their culture's like, because after something like that, you can feel bad for yourself. You can pout. You can feel like, hey, the season's over, and it probably is for them in a lot of ways. I mean, they're going to be, I guess if they could win 4, they could be bowl eligible, right? But that's going to be very difficult, obviously, to do. They're playing Michigan tonight. I think they got to play Ohio State before the year's over, too. So going to be difficult for them to do that.
Don't book your tickets to Detroit yet, Purdue fans.
But will they come out and play hard?
Yep,
and will
100%.
they compete? And that's going to be the question mark, I think, for Purdue. And if you're a Purdue fan or you're watching them, is to see the kind of emotion that they have in this game. This is a game that should be easy for them to get up for. You're coming into the Big House. It's a cool opportunity. It's a really neat stadium for opposing teams to come into, and they have nothing to lose, right? They can cut it loose and play with reckless abandon. There is no pressure on them to really perform tonight. If they don't do that, then it's a bit of a question mark as to are they in the right place with Odom, and is he building a culture there that's sustainable? It's a tough place to win, always has been, but Curt Cignetti in Indiana, man, he has set a precedent now that anybody can find a way to do it. That's really, really hard, and it's going to be very challenging for a lot of these coaches in that tier of football.
And you mentioned right time. Purdue is in an all-time run. They have two of probably the top 10 players in the country in college basketball.
Exactly.
There's a lot of money that's going to sustain Matt Painter's program after getting to the national championship game a couple years ago. So that is a real thing at a place like Purdue.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. And hey, Ryan Walters didn't get canned because of the 4-8. You can go 4-8 in year one. He got canned because of the 1-11, where they just didn't have a shot in that 2024 season. Offensively, two-man quarterback approach. Ryan Brown, the primary signal caller, completing just shy of 60% of his passes. 12 total touchdowns, 8 through the air, 4 on the ground. He does have 7 picks. Malachi Singleton mixes things up. He had 2 short touchdown passes last week, but he's pretty much a 50-50 passer versus runner quarterback-wise. And the running back, he's a fun player to watch. Devin Mockabee, throwback dude. And 3 different head coaches here at Purdue. He's still here. He has 17 yards away from 3,000 in his career.
All at 28 years old?
No. 4 years. It's just the fact that he stayed there
Yeah.
the whole time with 3 different head coaches is pretty wild. But he had 71 rushing yards on 17 carries against Michigan as a freshman in that Big Ten championship game. Didn't do a whole lot here 2 years ago, 13 for 38. Malachi Thomas, 3 carries, 61 yards. Last week we'll see a little bit of him. Receiving-wise, Michael Jackson III and Nitro Tuggle. Some pretty good names there, but Jackson, the only Boilermaker with more than 20 catches this year, and he's double that, and then some at 44. Tuggle, who transferred from Georgia, he has a team-high 4 touchdown receptions. Just any overall thoughts on that Purdue offense?
Yeah, I mean, the old adage, if you got 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one. I think that might be true. The thing that 2 quarterbacks does present, though, particularly the way that they're using them, I mean, Michigan tried last year, and it felt like that was just kind of a, we got to try something different to see if we can spark the offense. With these guys, they're committed to a 2-quarterback system. And what that does for a defense is you have to prepare for that. And it creates different tendencies. It creates different schemes that you have to play for. A lot of times when Singleton comes in the game, they do it with what they call their hippo package, and they're bringing in the 6 offensive linemen. So that creates a weird rub for a defense where, okay, you would think they're bringing in another big guy. Here we go. It's going to run. We're coming downhill at you. But then all of a sudden, he's athletic enough. Again, like I mentioned last year, like an Alex Orji type that can run, right? So then if they play action and he pulls out and he's looking down the field, he's got a good enough arm to get the ball to his receivers, but he can also run, and he's like a running back at times. Again, it creates another layer of complexity for defenses to have to prepare for. That can keep a defense on its heels, and when it's working, you don't really know what's coming next, and that's hard to prepare for as well. The matter of fact is Michigan's defense is more talented than their offense. They should be able to shut that offense down. But, you've seen it time and time again. I think the defense has gotten better, but some of these offenses, like Wisconsin that came in here and marched down the field on that first drive, they're going to pull out all the stops. Again, like I said before, they have nothing to lose. This is a big opportunity for them with not a lot of risk on the line. So look for unique things, trick plays, shots down the field, things that they wouldn't normally do if they were playing Northwestern. They're going to pull it out for Michigan, and they got to be ready for that.
Barry Odom does come from a defensive background. Makes sense that Purdue is making some progress on that side of things. It's a defense that Chip Lindsey told us during the week. He sees how hard they play, which you figure will continue here tonight. You certainly tip your cap in this era, especially. If you're still playing hard at 2-6, you're doing something right from a motivational standpoint, doing something right from a player execution standpoint. Manny Powell leads the way in tackles with 77. Charles Correa is second. He has a team-high tying 2.5 sacks. But the number that really 2 picks all year, 3 fumble recoveries. The only power conference team with a worse turnover margin per game is Baylor. There's just not a whole lot there. They haven't been able to churn out. They can play hard. That's great.
Yeah.
But now the results need to show.
Well, and it's important to note that turnover margin is also indicative of the fact that they turn the ball over a lot offensively.
Absolutely.
So they're turning the ball over. The defense is not creating enough turnovers, and that's what's led to such a margin problem for them in the way that the ball is going between teams. Defensively, when you have a defensive-minded coach, you can almost always guarantee that defense is going to play really hard. I mean, the coach makes it a little bit of their identity to say, we are going to play sound defense, and we are going to play really, really hard. We're going to run to the ball, all those things. You see it on the opposite side sometimes when you get an offensive, kind of gunslinger type coach who wants to get the ball down the field. The defense at times doesn't play that hard, and they're not necessarily always in the right place. That's not the case here with Purdue. Odom's got that defensive background. He makes sure those guys are running the ball. I go back to what I said in the beginning of the segment, Brian. It's going to be interesting to watch how that Purdue team responds after a gut punch to a Rutgers, which, you don't say these things in the building during the week, but it's just inevitable subconsciously that the players and the coaches and the fans think this way. Like, you get a win against Rutgers, okay, we're not at the bottom of the barrel, right? Like, we're competing with the teams that are on our playing field. And when that doesn't happen, and then you got to go to Michigan, to the biggest stadium in the country, you can go one of two ways. You can shut it down, go in the tank, or you can play with that reckless abandon I spoke of and just try to have fun and let it all out there and see what happens. So we'll see. Coach Odom, he does tend to get a lot out of what he has. We'll see how his players show up tonight.
Yeah, it's they're not alone in last place in the Big Ten, but it's not fun to say a share of 15th. It's tough.
Yeah, well, now that the conference has gotten bigger, that number just keeps growing. I mean, back in the day, it was 10, then it was, 12 or whatever? And
yeah, then they hit the 11 in the Big Ten logo. Those were the days, huh?
When was that? Was that when I was playing?
No, it was before. That was, I think, when Penn State came in. It was 11,
right, yeah.
and the 11 was in that all-blue Big Ten.
Yeah, and then what? We had Rutgers and Nebraska.
Nebraska, Rutgers, Maryland all came in to get it to 14. That commercial, it's evolving. Soon they're going to have to start buying 60s.
Yeah, exactly. Not great for Purdue, and that's tough. And like I said, a game like that Rutgers one, when those guys did play hard, you could tell they were passionate and they wanted to.
And it meant a lot to Greg Schiano.
No kidding. You saw his response after that game. He was fired up. It's the same idea, right? When you're in those situations, man, it's hard to win, and when you have those opportunities, you're craving that, right? And you work so hard that coming out of those games with wins, you can at least feel like, all right, we're getting the most out of what we can for where we're at right now. When you don't have that, it can be heartbreaking. But, we'll see what Purdue responds with tonight. Will they come out and play hard? I would guess so. But they could also fold, and they could put it in neutral and just try to get to the end of the year. We'll see tonight.
Well, Rob Joyce will tell you why Greg Schiano was so excited last week, because things didn't carry over for the Scarlet Knights today when he gives us a scoreboard update on the Big Ten and the top 25. Here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, gearing up for the Wolverines and the Boilermakers. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
When big boy's in the playbook, you can't lose. Start with Bob's Sampler, hand-breaded tenders, golden onion rings, crispy fried pickles, and mozzarella sticks, all sharing one plate for the perfect kickoff. Then turn up the heat with our Buffalo Ranch fried chicken sandwich on a soft brioche bun. Or go all in with the crispy chicken wrap packed with flavor. Make your tailgate complete. Find your nearest Big Boy at bigboy.com.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com. Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
As the Wolverines get ready for Purdue, it is time for our tailgate tip, brought to you by Meijer. Bring a large plastic tub to throw all your dirty utensils and dishes in. This makes it so you have an easy, organized, and clean pack-up process. Today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Hard to believe, second to last home game. It goes so quick, especially in a 6 home game season.
Yeah, it really does. The season flies by. And it was weird this year, like you said, with 6 and then none back-to-back, right?
Nope.
So
first time and
hard to believe the season is at this point, and it's special. You try to take it in and appreciate all the opportunities that you have here, and we always joke around on the broadcast. Nobody really loves these night games, particularly when they.
It's an early one. It's 7.
Well, and it's on Big Ten, so the commercial should be a little shorter. So that's good. That's a positive.
Good point.
But you try to appreciate it because there's only so many of these a year, and it's fun, and you got to cherish it. So we'll play whenever they ask us to, and we'll call the game whenever they ask us to.
100% well, and Jake Stocker, the game entertainment crew, does a great job no matter what, but they've really maximized some of the new renovations, the additions with the lights and stuff like that. So yeah, we all know noon is pretty well embraced here in the state of Michigan, but they do a good job. Also, Military Appreciation Day today, so that's a special thing. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we go along. But for now, let's bring in Rob Joyce from our network studios. Rob, Big Ten breakdown, and including a game in College Park that hasn't quite been the blowout yet that I think a lot of people anticipated.
No, it's starting to be. Maryland struck first with a field goal against Indiana, 17 unanswered from IU, including a touchdown just a few moments ago. So it's 17-3, IU, 5 minutes to go until halftime in College Park. Minnesota up 10-0 at home over Michigan State. Spartans made a quarterback change. Hasn't helped as they've been shut out through basically the first half. Finals from earlier, Ohio State Penn State was close for a half. It was a 3-point game at the half, and then second half was all Buckeyes, 21-zip in the third and fourth quarters. They win by 24, and then Illinois put a hurting on Rutgers 35-13.
Yeah, I mean, you got to tip your cap to Julian saying 20 of 23. And the reality is, I mean, Ohio State's schedule has not had the oomph that you may have thought it would coming into the season because Texas, they were fortunate to get out. Rob will share that here, but they barely eked past Vanderbilt and got really fortunate to not give up an onside kick late in that ball game. But then Penn State, this was their big home game of the conference season, and now Penn State is 0-5 in the Big Ten, just an unfathomable drop for them.
Well, it's that's why you have to appreciate. We've talked about that a lot over the last couple of years. I mean, things when they're going well, and yeah, could they be better? Sure, but look, I mean, to think about what happened to Penn State this season is it's you. I mean, if you would have put the odds that this is where they'd be, somebody would have taken. I mean, it's just incredible to see what happened. And again, that's what I go back to about trying to appreciate what we have here and the success that we've been able to build, because it's hard to win and it's fragile to have a good program, and that is evident more so now than ever in this era that we're playing in college football, which nobody seems to really know what comes next and if it's really good for the game. But the reality is it can fall apart quicker than it ever could, but you can also rebuild quicker than you ever could. That's I guess the silver lining in the whole thing. So not good for the Nittany Lions. And then with the Spartans, interesting that they make a quarterback change and go away from Childs. I mean, that is desperation, right? That's a coach who knows he's on the way out in Johnson Smith and trying to do something to inject a little blood or a little life into that team. It's unfortunate, I think, for Childs, because I think he is a good quarterback, and they just don't have enough pieces around him to support him. And I've seen that happen before when we struggled here at Michigan, and Devin Gardner was at quarterback. They tried to bring in Shane Morris for a little bit, and that probably wasn't the right call. It didn't work. And it reeks like desperation in East Lansing, which I can't say that I'm all that upset about, but you feel bad for the guys that give so much to their teammates and try to win.
Well, and what's so unique, and it's going to be a part of the offseason conversation, is that with all the openings, places like Michigan State, Wisconsin, right, North Carolina, they got on the board in the ACC here.
Florida, LSU.
But those are already done, I'm saying. But if you go into this, already the blue bloods that are looking for head coaches who have the head start on you, not a lot of big names. I mean, Matt Rule got an extension this week.
Yeah, and it is going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because we're at the first point in this series of events where teams go, you know what, I've had enough. We're going to cut bait. We're still yet to see how part 2 works out.
Step 1, fire coach.
Right.
Step 2, question mark.
Yeah.
Step 3, national championship.
Yeah, exactly. Just do what Cignetti did, right?
Yeah.
But that's the thing. That's what's going to be so fascinating to watch over the course of this offseason and really like the next few years, is the landscape has changed so much that's enabled these athletic directors to say, you know what, I've had enough. We're moving on. But we haven't seen how that's going to necessarily play out and what comes from that. And so, like if you talk about Wisconsin and Fickle, that probably needs to happen. That is obviously not working. But what comes next? I mean, Michigan State, where do you go? You had the Mel Tucker experiment. You did a complete 180 with a guy like Jonathan Smith. Do you go halfway in between both on the next one? I mean, there's just so many question marks, and nobody knows how this is going to play out.
But you know
that's
what?
what's going to be fun to watch.
But the big name hires, you look at some of these true powers. Like Kurt Signetti was not a big name.
Right.
Ryan Day and Sharon Moore in this rivalry, right? First-time head coaches. And there are other examples, right? Lincoln Riley came out of nowhere early on and got a big opportunity and seized it and ran with it when he was at Oklahoma after Bob Stoops stepped down. Like there are, I mentioned Signetti, like there are a lot of them. Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame.
Yeah, well, so much of it is dependent upon, like, it's not like the NFL where you're just looking for, like, everybody's kind of got the same blueprint. Like, it doesn't matter that you're the Cleveland Browns or the Buffalo Bills or the Miami Dolphins. Like, you just want a good football coach that can do better things than the previous regime did. That's not the case in college football. Certain coaches will not work at other certain places, right? Like, Michigan has an identity and a certain culture here that not everybody can necessarily come into.
Sure.
Other places, it's kind of wide open. They're waiting for their time at the top of the game, and so they're looking for whoever can help them create that. Those are different coaching candidates that can play into that field. And so, like you've seen that with Wisconsin, with Fickell, like just was kind of a 180 from what they had always historically been. That's been a struggle. And then you go, you look at an Iowa that has just stayed the course with Ferentz, right? And are they ever going to be elite? Probably not, but they're never really going to be that bad. No. They're always going to find a way to be
careful what you wish for on those types of things. Real quick, Rob, just the top 25 storylines you're following.
A lot of one-loss teams on the ropes. Louisville's trailing at the half 16-7 at Virginia Tech. Georgia with one loss, down 10-7 to Florida in Jacksonville second quarter. Texas Tech one loss, just took a 2-point lead at K-State late first half. Earlier today, we saw Vandy pick up its second loss, 34-31. Texas victorious. Miami lost for the second time this year, 26-20 in OT over SMU. And then we're going to have someone knocked out of the playoff race tonight when you have Tennessee and Oklahoma. Both of them are 6-2.
Yeah, interesting stuff.
Boomer sooner.
Yeah, absolutely. And the ACC has gotten a lot more interesting because the topic coming into this week was, well, the Miami might not make the ACC championship game. Now they're probably not going to make it. Interesting stuff. We'll get more with Rob here throughout the pregame coverage, including here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Up next, we will catch up with Andy Hetzel, our guy from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, and our friend Brandon Hillman. All that to come as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Champions Circle is the leading Michigan athletics fan engagement community. We connect fans with once-in-a-lifetime experiences, produce public and private events, offer club memberships, and operate an online retail store, selling exclusive apparel, trading cards, autographs, and other memorabilia featuring Michigan student athletes. To become a member or learn more about how you can support your favorite Michigan student athletes, visit championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics.
Some drinks come in a bottle, some in a can. Only one comes in a ball and brings the buzz. We're Buzz Balls, the ready-to-go cocktail that's shaped like a ball. Coincidence? We think not. Big flavor, big buzz, ready to go. Buzz Balls. It's a ball. It's a drink. It's a whole vibe. Please drink responsibly. Buzz Balls, available in spirit, wine, and malt. 15% alcohol by volume. Buzz Balls LLC, Carrollton, Texas.
Do you want to stay connected with the Michigan Wolverines? Of course you do. So let us do most of the work. You can sign up for email updates that include team-specific news and great ticket offers. Plus, you can download the Michigan Athletics mobile app for instant access to scores, schedules, audio, video, push notifications, and so much more. All you have to do is visit mgoblue.com/connect and custom fit your approach. That's mgoblue.com/connect.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily, but first a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Michigan fans, we begin the month of November at the Big House against a familiar Big Ten foe, the Purdue Boilermakers. Joining us now on the Tailgate Show is Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Brian. It's great to be with you. I hope Wolverine fans had a safe and fun Halloween. Now it's time to turn the page. Beat the Boilers. That's all that matters today.
No doubt, Andy. Every Big Ten win is a step in the right direction, so let's hope the Wolverines take another step today. But let's talk about a big step we can all take toward better health and more affordable health care.
Brian, as we've shared with Wolverine fans in our weekly talks, preventive care services are so important because they allow us to live our best, healthiest lives. Preventive care also plays an incredibly important role in keeping healthcare affordable.
Andy, we think of preventative care, like making sure to visit your doctor every year for a wellness exam, as something we can control that keeps healthcare problems from happening, or, if they are happening, from getting worse. It starts with staying up to date on checkups, screenings, and tests.
It's so important, Brian. We have a lot of information on the importance of preventive care and tips on where and when you should seek it online at mibluedaily.com/affordability.
Doing our part to stay on top of our health by having open dialogue and working with our doctor has obvious benefits, but it also contributes to keeping the cost of healthcare lower for all of us.
That's true, Brian. Each one of us, multiplied millions of times over, contributes to the expense of the healthcare system, and there's no better way to promote affordability within that system than each one of us taking the steps we can to stay as healthy as we can be.
Thanks so much, Andy, for the information you've shared with Michigan fans this season, not only here on the Tailgate Show, but on that great site, mibluedaily.com/affordability.
Thanks, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Always great to visit with Brandon Hillman from the Michigan defense. Take me through last week. The secondary as a whole, what was allowing you all to be as successful as you were?
Probably our preparation during the week. Our film study kind of took it up a notch. You know, coach kind of called us out. You know, told us to get on our A game, so we kind of took it personal on the back end. You know, we're a young group, so the older guys kind of got up on the younger guys this week, and that's kind of what happened. We came out with the result we had.
It's interesting. I've heard from several players talking about that USC game being kind of a moment of potential fork in the road. Got to find a way to improve. Just how much has this defense improved from that loss to right now?
For me, I'll say our mentality, it never wavered. Like, we never had any doubt or nothing. But I'll say, like, our mentality of just, like, keep competing, you know, never, don't shy away from it. And just taking it 1 week at a time, like, we're not out of it. It's like playoff contention's not out of it, you know. If we just take it 1 week at a time, everything going to play out as it is. So I think everybody's just buying into it. And we just realized, like, we can't have another week like that.
It's interesting. Coach Moore's talked about the urgency, right? Every week, go 1-0. Urgency, but also making sure you take it one day at a time. Is that sometimes a little counterintuitive? How do you guys make sure to be urgent, but also not get ahead of yourselves?
To me, it's kind of easy. Coach kind of got this saying, like, control what you can control. Like, yeah, urgency, but, like, certain things you can't just focus on it, and it's out of your control. So, like, yeah, run fast on this play, get to the ball, stuff like that. But at the same time, just take it one day at a time. Don't get to thinking about tomorrow when you haven't finished today yet. You know, it's just little things like that.
A couple of individual players on defense I want to ask you about. First off, Derek Moore, back-to-back 2-sack performances. Everyone's known he's got real ability, and he was named a captain, but has there been an extra level he's taken these last couple of games?
I mean, yeah, I feel like if you turn on the TV and really watch our games, you can see 8 pop off, and he plays with a different type of, I say, like, speed and aggression. Like, you can really see it from Derek, and I say, yeah, he didn't turn it up a notch. You know, certain guys, you know, Derek's our senior. That's our old man. I tell him that's our old man. So, like, certain guys got certain things they got to play for a little bit harder than guys, and you can see Derek Moore's really pushing for whatever his goals is.
Another guy who might be eligible for that conversation on the team is Jimmy Rolder. Obviously had to endure a lot in the way of injuries, some adversity in his career. Just how much of an impact is he making on this defense, on everybody around him with what he's done lately?
I say Jimmy's like a contagious player. Like, everybody feeds off of Jimmy. You know, Jimmy don't talk too much, but Jimmy just kind of talks what he does, and we just follow after it. Like, Jimmy's one of those players where Jimmy just going to come to practice, head down, and you're going to see him work, and it's going to make you want to work. Like, that's what type of guy Jimbo is, and I ain't gonna lie, I got Jimmy like a little nickname. I call him Jimbo Fisher. Like, I know it's sound kind of crazy, but I'll call Jimmy Jimbo Fisher. Like, he's a good guy to be around. I like hanging around Jimmy, and, like, he's really a ball player, and you can see everybody trust him. Everybody's behind Jimmy. Like, that guy's a baller.
Last time we talked, we discussed your nickname, Hitman. So if you're called Hitman, you got to appreciate what your offense did last week to run the way that they did. How fun was it to experience that? I know you're not watching every single play. You're talking to your team, but when you were able to watch the offense grind it out like they did in East Lansing, what was that like?
For me, it's great. And then from a defensive mindset, that time is just clocking down when you're running that ball. So it's not really taxing on the defensive body. Offense help offense, defense help defense. And it was great watching our offense move the ball consistently with the run. And I loved it. I like playing the way we play. So, it was nothing too crazy for me. I expected. It's nothing like I never seen before. So,
to Purdue, a 2-quarterback setup, obviously one that primarily passes the crux of the snaps, but, some goal line, short yardage situations for the other. How does that impact preparation from your standpoint when there are 2 quarterbacks that you are almost certain to see?
To be honest, preparation-wise, you just got to watch a little bit more film, try to figure out what do they got any tails, what do they show between the 2 quarterbacks, what quarterback likes what. Like you said, one quarterback takes most of the stops, so obviously one quarterback comes in for something. So just watching film, trying to figure out little things like that, and just trusting what our coaches is, like trust the game plan. Like our coaches game plan, whatever they got game plan in for a reason, and we just got to trust and play fast. And when we play fast, we got good results.
Beyond the quarterback, what else stands out? What does Purdue do well offensively?
I say they splits. They splits kind of like wide in the box, like lighten the box up. Like they have really wide splits, kind of like what team is that? Like Tennessee, kind of wide splits. They kind of get everybody out the box, try to depict the game, trying to determine how the game is gonna run, kind of not let you pick. But it's nothing too crazy that pops off.
Brandon, always appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Always great stuff there with Brandon Hillman from the Michigan Secondary. Champion Circle is the leading Michigan athletics fan engagement community. Champion Circle connects fans with once-in-a-lifetime experiences, offers club memberships, and operates an online retail store supporting Michigan student-athletes. Learn more at championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. Availability report is out. We will pause 10 seconds and then tell you about it. Station identification time. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Back here at the Big House on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. And the Wolverines will be shorthanded in this one, just fresh off the availability reports release. No Rod Moore, no Justice Haynes, no Cole Sullivan and Jimmy Rolder of the Michigan linebacking room, and no Evan Link. So Rolder, Sullivan, and Haynes, kind of new additions for Michigan. We'll talk about that with Jack Miller, and joining us momentarily, John Jansen, as we continue. Wolverines and Boilermakers coming up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available through Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're enjoying a craft beer or RTD at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the top college athletic programs for the 2025-26 college athletic season? Check out the criteria and follow the year-long standings of your favorite team at L Directors Cup on the X platform or online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2026 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. The Learfield Directors Cup, powered by NACDA, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, and a member of the Michigan Athletics Hall of Honor.
Little Halloween party in the Jansen house, and since we're playing Purdue,
Yeah.
Lucy will be heading home with some of her sorority sisters. So if they've got a group one, we have a contest in the Jansen house because Teddy came up to Lisa and I don't know, maybe a week ago and said he wanted to have a Halloween party.
Nice.
And when your 4-year-old asks you that, you go all in. So Lisa and I have our costumes picked out. Jack and Ellie also have theirs picked out. So big week in the Jansen house.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
And as we welcome in John Jansen, his first segment is presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix. John, how was that Halloween party? Did Teddy have himself a good time?
Oh, Teddy was great, yeah. I mean, he came went as Batman, and he thought he owned the town and owned the streets of our neighborhood. So, great time, and there was a prize given for the top costume in the Jansen house. And Jack and Ellie actually took top billing because...
There was a tie?
Well, no, they went as a group. Now,
I was about to say that would not be fitting of the Jansen household.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
there's no ties. No, but what is befitting of the Jansen household is Ellie went to Jack and said, "Hey, do you want to do this?" Her idea. They went as stepbrothers from the Step Brothers movie.
Oh, nice.
And Jack originally said no. And then Ellie sweetened the pot and said, "Well, what if we split it 60-40?" And he said, "Oh, okay." And so that seems a little bit more befitting.
What were you?
What was I? Oh,
Yeah.
so Lisa and I went as the criminal gang that broke into the Louvre.
Oh.
So yes.
So just wear some dark colors and
Dark colors and the construction vest.
Yeah,
And then we had the family jewels all around.
Okay.
I just look at Brian. Okay, you go ahead. You take that one.
Well, let's talk about the matchup, Michigan and Purdue.
Trying to put that one on the tee for you guys.
I'm excited because I've actually seen it. You should have gone as Seth Rogen and have them interview you and be like, "No, we're actually going to interview you now."
That's right.
Pan dilemma.
Yeah, I think I can help with this. With
Any
movie quality.
costumes for you guys?
No costumes. I was just a Husky insurance broadcaster guy. Passing out candy on the front porch.
Hey, better than his. Wait, I thought he might go as the Michelin Man from last year.
That would be a good one. Maybe that's next year. That's a good one.
The Michelin Man who's a big Michigan fan.
There you go.
Jack Miller.
All right, take it easy. Let's go. Next topic.
How does this always get back to
I
Jack?
don't know.
But
You guys-
Jack and I had these grand plans of throwing you under the bus to get on vacation, and we're still ripping on
I
Jack.
fooled you
Very
guys by
skilled on
seeing
air.
exactly one movie. That's what really threw you off. That was the key. I'm disappointed, though, because literally a topic in our office this week was how every time we do some of these segments, you just go, zing zang.
Yeah.
Didn't do it there. I know. Well, you got
I
flustered.
didn't want to steal your guys' thunder.
No, absolutely not. But we
I'll talk about
appreciate
Timber Tech later, though.
Hey, that's later. Come on, this is zing zang.
Zing Zang. Bloody Mary Mix.
Yeah, there we go. And next year, Jack's going to go as Zing Zang. It'll be great. Availability report, John. We just learned no Justice Haynes, no Cole Sullivan, no Jimmy Rolder, no Evan Link, no Rod Moore. I also did not mention in the first segment, questionable, the one name is Hogan Hansen. Obviously, that's shorthanded here, and we'll see how this develops over time. But big losses for Michigan heading into a bye week and in a playoff mode here. Yeah, Michigan's a big favorite, but they got to keep winning to stay in the playoff hunt.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, it's not a huge challenge tonight with the way that Purdue has played for a couple of years now, and they really haven't changed much this year. But the only thing I think maybe Michigan does is maybe it puts Jay Sean back into a linebacker spot. You got Jay Sean and Ernie there, and I think anybody would say, okay, well, we're okay. If they don't, you still have Troy Bowles. We've seen him play. You also have Chase Taylor. There's a number of guys that can step in. And so if it's going to happen to a position, I don't want to lose Jimmy Rolder at all. I've just been so much fun to watch him.
Incredible
play,
player this year.
And the story about being healthy finally. But, hey, this is football, and guys are going to miss some time. So he's going to hit one, we've been talking about injuries at the tight end position all year long, and I know Hogan Hansen is questionable, but that's the deepest position offensively, and the deepest position defensively, quite honestly, is linebacker. So it's next man up.
Yeah, and I guess the silver lining is if you can get through tonight with no injuries, then you get a bye. And so for some of those guys that are nursing those injuries, if they're not going to play tonight, at least you got 2 weeks to get back into it and get ready for the final stretch of the year.
Yeah, and Marlon Klein not listed at all, so tight end wise, Marlon Klein's getting closer to 100%. This segment was presented by
Zing Zang, Bloody Mary Mix.
There we go. It's proudly served at the Big House. Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Because of the absence of Justice Haynes, it'll need to be a big day for Jordan Marshall. He takes us inside the exclamation point play last week in East Lansing as we go in the trenches next, counting down to the Wolverines and the Boilermakers. 2 hours away right now. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the Big House. Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, soft pretzel, some dog food. Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands, and it's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in. Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd.
Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Hey, Wolverine fans. As you head into the Big House this season, cheers with a toast to Michigan-made excellence. Founded by U of M alums Susan and Will Bramer, Laurentide Winery is proud to debut their award-winning amazing wines as the house wines of the Big House. 100% grown in Leelanau, crafted with passion and perfect for your game day celebrations. You can find our wine on the concourse, club, or suite menus. Explore laurentidewinery.com to learn more. Thank you, and go blue.
90s rock monsters. Bush, Saturday, December 20th at Soaring Eagle Casino. Showtime 8 p.m. Tickets start at $59 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com. Christmas rocks at Soaring Eagle Casino. Don't miss Bush. Bush, December 20th, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Let's go in the trenches.
Plenty of great content for you all week long on MGO Blue Podcast. Defend the Block from Women's Basketball Media Day this past week. We'll have a post-game episode from the season opener against Oakland coming up on Monday night. Conquering Heroes, Carol Hutchins starting our Hall of Honor conversations. 3 episodes of In the Trenches presented by Meyer, including a post-game episode here after the Wolverines and the Boilermakers, and 2 episodes of the Inside Michigan Football TV show. Those are always available on the Michigan Athletics YouTube feed, and the radio replay of the Inside Michigan Football radio show. You can hear it live here on WCSX 7 to 8 on Monday nights. Jordan Marshall stopped by. He took fans through the run that sealed the deal in East Lansing late last week.
I actually did look over to the left and saw Channing flying next to me, which in the moment, I was like, dang, Channing's kind of moving. We talked about Wiss being their number 1 blitz all week and didn't really show it the whole game until that play. And they brought Wiss, Brady.
What is that?
So that's weak linebacker and then safety pressure and strong safety pressure. And they both came, and Brady's block that sliced, it attracted those two to the left side. So really they had an extra hat, but the way that they blitzed and Brady's slicing, they probably thought the ball was going that way, and then made a few guys miss and was off to the races, which can't draw a little better than that. And at the end of the day, like, O-line did great. Jake had a great block. Kripp had a great block on that play, which opened up the gap for me. And then making a guy miss is something we always talk about. We always have to make 1 or 2 guys miss in that second level to be able to take it all the way.
Awesome breakdown of a play and really a performance overall from Jordan Marshall and even Justice Haynes, unfortunately, out today. But remember, John, a long time in this rivalry because of just how unique it was to grind it out. 26 of 29 plays in the second half were called runs.
Yeah, and I mean, in talking to Chip Lindsey throughout the week too, he really went into that game thinking that they were going to throw it around a lot because the Spartan defense wasn't. I mean, they weren't good, stopping the run or the pass, but really the pass defense was their weakest point. And as the game continued to go, it just sort of morphed into this, ground and pound type of game. And he said that's what we had to do to win. And I'm really glad to see that he wasn't trying to force the pass, and good to see, especially with 3 redshirt freshmen up front, that the offensive line is starting to communicate in some of those run situations and starting to block a little bit more consistently.
It's not the prettiest thing in the world, but Michigan's committed to winning games however they need to. That tends to be on the ground. It'd be nice to see that passing game find some rhythm and get in sync. And there were some plays in there where Bryce was able to get the ball down the field to Marsh and find that consistency. It just didn't happen enough. And, when you're running the ball and you're running it effectively, you get 2 guys over 100 yards and you can control a game that way. Michigan's, they're going to do that if they can get away with it. And the question is, when they can't get away from it, what are they going to do? But that's a question mark that's been hanging over the program for the last few years. And seemingly they have found a way, save for last year, to make it right when it counted. So they got a few games here to find that rhythm and get in sync when it matters and they need it, they can go to it.
Well, and so the goal of the offense is to create explosive plays, right? And so whether it's in the ground or through the air, I mean, okay, it's exciting, it's fun, the ball goes downfield, right, and it's completion, great. We all cheer, wonderful. But hey, in the second half, you had a 28-yard run, you had a 20-yard run, you had a 56-yard touchdown run. So it's not like they don't have explosive plays. And I know everybody keeps saying, hey, we want to get the passing game going, and they need to, especially if they're going to compete and beat this year Ohio State.
Right.
But I mean, the explosive plays are there.
I think there's just pent-up demand to see it work because nothing could work last year. You didn't have the quarterback. You didn't have the wide receiver. You just couldn't do anything with it. Save for Colson Loveland, it was non-existent. And so now with Bryce on top of that, it's just created the perfect storm for there's this eagerness to go figure it out and see how we can get the ball down the field. They haven't done it at a high enough clip. But if you're winning games, you're winning games.
On Wednesday's In the Trenches episode, great conversation John had with 6'5" Michigan safety Mason Curtis. And, of course, at that size, there was some basketball in Mason's past for him and his brother Devin.
How much does your experience in the basketball skills help you in the secondary?
I think a lot. Going up for passes, going up for balls, same as going up for a rebound or a dunk. It's just going up. You see it, whoever wants it, go get it.
Can your brother dunk?
He can, yeah.
Who's the best dunker?
Me.
Now, he's a linebacker, right?
Yes, sir.
For Middle Tennessee?
He transferred to Arkansas State this year.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. How much do you guys talk about football and what you're doing here at Michigan, what he's doing at Arkansas State? How much do you guys chat about what's going on the field, or is it just brother stuff?
For the most part, we try and keep it just brother stuff because we know, what somebody wants to hear. When we need to talk to each other about football, we'll talk to each other about football, but for the most part, we let each other handle our business.
Multi-sport athletes, I'll tell you, it's valuable. And, yeah, when you're 6'5", the basketball coach is going to say, hey, well, what are you doing this winter?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And especially when you're an athlete like him and a competitor like he is, it's you'd like to have him on the hardwood as well as the pitch, as we might say, from European football.
Wow. Do you ever say that?
Yeah,
it's the first time you've ever said that.
I'm trying to broaden my horizons.
Poorly.
I talked to Coach Lamar Morgan this week, and that came up about being 6'5" and maybe playing a little bit high, hard to have leverage when you're that tall, but you certainly like a guy with that kind of length in the back end when the ball goes up and it's a 50-50 ball. It's valuable to have a guy with that kind of length and wingspan to come down with it. So going to be fun to watch him develop, and hopefully he gives John a few more minutes in his interviews, and as his career progresses, he will be a big part of this defense and has a skill set that's rare in the back end like that.
Yeah, and for him this year, I mean, we saw it last year, right? He was kind of the Jayden Sanders of last year.
100%.
And Jayden's played more, but, hey, at the beginning of the season, you don't see a lot, and then all of a sudden he builds up a little bit more trust, gets a little bit more experience, some knowledge, and then by the end of the year, he's making great plays. Wanted to see more of him this year, especially with that 6'5" reach and that wingspan that he's got. but he's just been dinged up. Now he's healthy, and again, back in the lineup. And having him, Brandon Hillman, if we could never get Rod Moore back, Jaden Mangum, the back end of this defense is well suited.
There's a lot of depth. We've talked about with the defensive line for years how deep they've been, being able to rotate guys in and out, keep them fresh and ready to go full speed. It seems like they've been able to do that in the secondary too.
100%. Jack will rejoin us during our pregame show. John and I get into the matchup a bit more when we come back. Michigan and Purdue coming up a little bit less than 2 hours away from Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Since 1980, Grand Traverse Resort and Spa has been a Michigan vacation tradition. A place where lake views meet legendary fairways, where spa days turn into starry nights, and where family memories last for generations. Whether it's a summer getaway, a fall color tour, or a cozy winter escape, your perfect Michigan vacation starts here. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, a Michigan tradition since 1980. Book your getaway at grandtraverseresort.com. Proud partner of Michigan Athletics.
It's Michigan Football Saturday, and there's only one place to satisfy your game day cravings. Sticky Stuff Concessions brings the flavor with snow cones, slushy lemonade, kettle corn, caramel corn, cotton candy, and freeze-dried candy that hits harder than a Wolverine's touchdown. Look for Sticky Stuff Concessions behind sections 4, 10, and 25 here at the Big House. Sticky Stuff Concessions, proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beers for your game day traditions. Founders has been brewing up high-quality, highly rated beers like All Day IPA, MI Pilsner, and their Mortal Bloom Hazy IPA right here in Michigan for over 25 years. Whether you're at the game, tailgating, or watching from home, there's nothing like enjoying a Michigan-made beer from Founders Brewing Company.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
This is Michigan football.
The beautiful thing about it is our kids, our quarterback, our receivers, our tight ends just say, okay, we got to do what we got to do to win. And at that point, we leaned on that, and it became a strength. We just kept chewing that clock and really did a good job of that. And I think when you come out the second half, your plan is to do both. But when you have a 20-yard run and then another 20-yard run, it's like you're pretty insane to stop doing it. And then you go down the field and you go score. So I think our coaches overall staff did a really good job adjusting when they needed to.
That is the head coach, Sharon Moore, on Michigan's ground-based attack in the second half at Michigan State last week. Mentioned this stat earlier. Michigan with 29 plays offensively in the second half. 3 of them go down as passing plays. Bryce Underwood, 1 completion, 1 incompletion, 1 sack. In the second half, Michigan averaged 7.4 yards per play, and that included 4 rushes of 14 or more yards. Yeah, John, in the vacuum of that game, could Michigan have had success through the air? Yeah, I think they absolutely could have. But were they having success on the ground, which not only moved the chains, but also limited the possessions and the number of plays Michigan State could get in a rivalry game on the road? Also, yes.
And it's not our jobs to stop ourselves. And, I mean, you're certainly going old school when it's, hey, run right, run left, run right, run left. Yep. But when it's working and they can't stop it, hey, anytime you put the ball in the air and the ball is not in your hands at all, it's at risk. And this is nothing about Bryce Underwood or the receivers or the passing attack. That's just flat out football 101. You do need to be able to throw the ball more effectively and have that apart because it will help open up the run game a little bit more. Michigan State couldn't do anything to stop it.
That being said, what is your belief right now in the upside of what Michigan can do in the pass game as we open up November?
So you look and you say, okay, well, when do we go away from it? Why doesn't it work? And some of it's just because the run is working. Some of it is also because the protection hasn't been what it needs to be. When you're taking a shot down the field to McCauley or Marsh, and you just need a little bit of extra time. I think the protections are starting to get better, and I like the way that they were protecting in that game when called upon. And then it just really comes down to, hey, who are the receivers that you can really rely upon? Donovan McCauley, we know he can go up and either get a PI or come down with a 50-50 ball. Andrew Marsh has been exceptional at route running, reading defenses, especially for a young player. Now they're just looking for that next option, and they've dabbled a little bit with the tight ends. Early on in the season, we saw, Channing Goodwin. We've seen a couple of other things. Samaj has had plenty of opportunity. His deal has just been catching the ball. So they're really just trying to find who's going to be that other receiver that they can really rely on to run good routes and catch the ball when it's thrown to them. Because this Michigan offense, it's still not where it needs to be in third down conversions. And part of that is drop passes. Part of it is guys just lining up wrong, either because they're young, running the wrong routes, not reading too deep, single high, different things like that. Once that gets ironed out, this will be a very good passing attack. And because you look at, like Washington, it was very sufficient against Washington.
Mm-hmm.
They're a good secondary. They're a good defense. Yep. And Bryce was, 21 of 27. Yep. It could have been even better.
He was the far more efficient quarterback against the third most efficient quarterback in the country in DeMond Williams Jr. coming into that game.
He's shown, and this passing game has shown that
a lot more than this time last year.
Yeah,
a lot. I mean, it's night and day, right? Breaking news.
It's laughable. It is. I mean, that's all you could do.
Yeah.
When you talk about this year's passing attack versus last year's, and everyone right now is pointing towards Ohio State.
Sure.
You still got to play Purdue. Take care of business tonight. You're still going to go to Chicago to take on Northwestern. You're still going to go out to Maryland and take on, the Turtles. But it's all about, in these three games, how can you be more effective and more efficient at throwing the ball downfield? And I think we'll see some of those things tonight.
Impressions of Barry Odom's Boilermakers. They'll use two quarterbacks. They've got a veteran running back in Devin Mockabee. And defensively, the one thing I heard from several guys this week, this is a Purdue defense that plays hard. Barry Odom comes from a defensive background. He played defense. He played linebacker in college. Not very talented. They might be the least talented team in the Big Ten. But just thoughts on their keys, their top options, what they can bring.
Well, I know that they're going to be looking for not only everywhere he goes. He's their number one guy that's going to apply pressure on the quarterback. And so, hey, 91, identify where he's at and make sure you know every single time. Other than that, it's really just about matching or improving upon their physicality. They are going to be a physical defense. That front seven plays physical. You could throw the ball downfield, but you're going to have to block them up. And I think this is going to be a situation where, young tackles have done well the last couple of games in Frazier and Sprague. Probably going to keep a back in, maybe release them late just to make sure that those guys are good. Maybe you see a little bit of 11 personnel with Max Bredesen in the backfield just as a protection guy, and then take it from there.
All right. Big Boy serving the kind of classics you come back for. Go for the Big Boy Burger. Tell them, John.
Oh, the Big Boy, Bob's Bacon Cheeseburger. I know they got that one.
Yeah, smoky bacon, melty cheese. It always delivers. For a meal worth dining in, head to bigboy.com. John Jansen's, you didn't have a burger. Did you have some of that? It was, chicken out there?
Oh, I don't bother. This was a show up at 11, start tailgating, and I had all the food I needed.
All the Big Boy.
Come into the press box, yes.
Very good. All right, we will come back and we'll talk a little bit about what else is happening in college football and do a little in the trenches throwback. We're going back to 2019 when we come back. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey Michigan fans, is it time to upgrade your outdoor living space? As the #1 brand in premium decking, TimberTech scores big points for real wood looks without the costly maintenance. It will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck can perform at the top of its game season after season. TimberTech, official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. Order free samples at timbertech.com. That's timbertech.com.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
It's time to think forward first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Easy Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months, with only $359 cash due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCO cash, $1,000 Open Trade Assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on Package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
When you listen to this podcast, it'll come out on Wednesday morning. Listen to it on the way to work. Do your job. Do a great job at wherever you are. Be excellent every day. And then when you come home, you listen to it again. When you listen to this little pregame speech that I do, you come home, you give your wife a little peck on the cheek, give your husband a little peck on the cheek. And before you put little Brian or little Kelly down to bed, you pat him on the head, give him a kiss, and you tell him, go blue. And we'll see little Brian, little Kelly, mom and dad, everybody celebrating victory in the big house on Saturday.
That is not from this week's locker room speech.
I haven't done.
You know what that one was from. Before Notre Dame in 2019. This was when it was just on the Wednesday episode, and the history behind the In the Trenches podcast is that when it started, John and I had never met in person. It was just, hey, Brian, John Jansen starting a podcast. Go. I'm like, oh, great, thank you. All right. And so when I moved up here in, fall of 2019, that was the Notre Dame game was my first game that I ever saw at the Big House.
Yep.
And we had just started. It happened pretty organically. You just got really fired up at the end of a podcast early in 2019, and you did it. And then that was the first one I was there in person, and that was kind of the process of me just being like, do I look at him? Do I look away? How do I handle this?
It's a little awkward.
just literally met this guy in person for the first time like 3 days ago.
I'm breathing hard. I'm sweating. I'm screaming at the microphone, and there's Brian sitting there going, I wonder what I'm supposed to do now.
But the little Brian, little Kelly was just an incredible addition. Also, the listen to it on the way to work, come home and listen again.
Yeah. Wonder if it's worth about $53 million.
Well, I think it was a negotiated settlement, but yes, little Brian, little Kelly, no longer in Baton Rouge.
No.
But I could think of no better way to bring in the out-of-town scoreboard check than that. It's before we get to Rob. I mean, Jack and I were talking about it earlier. I mean, this game of musical chairs. There's not a whole lot of big-time, well-known. Nick Saban, I don't think is coming through that door. Urban Meyer, I don't think is coming through one of those doors. And you've got other teams that everybody just assumes their head coach is going to be canned, and they're going to have to compete with already the likes of Penn State, LSU, Florida, that's already starting this process.
Right, which I think is probably going to look at some of those. All right, LSU, all right, top tier, you're going to attract a top coach. Penn State, same thing. Florida, same thing. Then you start looking at some of the other programs, and they're not in that same tier. So if you're even in that next tier or you're below that, you might even say, you know what, we're going to give our coach another year, see if he can develop the program, see if he can recruit, hit the transfer portal, because we don't want the giant buyout with these, and then competing with these other teams for those top names.
Yeah. All right, Rob, I delayed you long enough. What are you seeing in the Big Ten right now?
Maryland's opened the second half with a touchdown. Still Indiana doubling up the Terps in College Park. It is 20-10. Michigan State's also scored a touchdown. Has the ball, still trailing at Minnesota 10-7. That one's midway through the third. Finals from earlier, Ohio State a big second half. 38-14 the final over Penn State, who's now 0-5 in the Big Ten. Illinois 35-13 over Rutgers. And then still to come tonight, little after our game, 7:30, Nebraska hosts USC.
Who do you like in that game, USC, Nebraska? And also, is it better for Nebraska to win for Michigan's playoff conversation? We all know, at least I feel pretty confident, that Michigan at 10-2 goes to the playoff. Michigan at 9-3 does not go to the playoff. But from a potential seeding standpoint, if Michigan can get there, I think it behooves Michigan to have Nebraska win that game. But, USC, Michigan lost to them too.
That's a tough question because I don't know that any of Nebraska's wins. Okay, I know that they're wins, but they're not impressive wins. Yeah. But you did beat Nebraska.
I will say, the one that, something that is an interesting theory here, it feels like very rarely does an AP or a coach's poll get reactionary to earlier things that happen. You just update based on that week's results. Remember, Nebraska is Cincinnati's only loss. So that is a good win now. Cincinnati they're in the playoff hunt in the Big 12. So they are a solid resume, and if they beat USC, that's a solid, not an amazing, but a solid win.
It is, and USC is a ranked opponent, whereas Nebraska right now is currently not. So, I mean, it probably is. You want the teams that you beat to go on and win, and it's just the 12-team playoff gets really weird when you're discussing Nebraska versus USC from a Michigan perspective. So
from a Big Ten perspective.
Yeah, no doubt. Two not original teams, but speaking of contracts, how about Matt Rule playing the game?
Yep.
And just upping that buyout, pushing it down the road.
It feels like a board game at this point, right? Like, well, hey, job opens here. You go to the agent, get a little extra, and there you go.
Yeah, same agent for all coaches.
Yeah. Big winter ahead for Jimmy Sexton. Congrats to him on all his success. All right, top 25 updates, Rob Joyce.
Remember, the CFP rankings come out on Tuesday, and, I mean, based on the AP poll, there's a lot that could happen. Some one-loss teams are on the ropes. Louisville has since come back with a big third quarter to take the lead at Virginia Tech, 21-16. Georgia, Florida's tied at 10 at halftime. Remember, Gators game 1 with an interim head coach. Billy Napier was fired before the bye. Notre Dame at 1-7. Boston College only leads 12-7, and the Eagles are in field goal range, or at least the verge of it, early third. One loss, Texas Tech has now opened up a 2-score lead at K-State, and one loss, Virginia, 17-7 leaders at the half at Cal. Earlier today, Miami, its second loss in OT to SMU, 26-20. Vandy, its second loss. Big fourth quarter comeback, came up just short. Texas wins 34-31. So the Longhorns, much maligned year, they're 7-2 and 4-1 in the SEC.
Yeah, and Vandy 7-2 as well. They have back-to-back home games, Auburn and Kentucky, before potentially a play-in game into the CFP at Tennessee to end the season. Texas, they needed that one. They probably need to win out. That matchup with Georgia coming up is huge, and then they finish at home against unbeaten Texas A&M. And from an ACC standpoint here, John, we kind of felt like the ACC it'd be better for the ACC if Miami didn't make the ACC championship game, but not because they kept losing.
Right.
That's a tough loss for them to SMU from an ACC standpoint.
It is, and kind of wondered what would happen with Miami after that first loss. Yeah. And I know they ended up winning last week. They bounced back, but that was against Stanford. And you just look at Miami, and it kind of feels like it's one of those teams, especially when you hear them in some of their post-game interviews, you hear them talk, it feels like it's a team that's about to implode.
Yeah, Carson Beck, 4 interceptions, but none were his fault.
Right,
exactly.
And that's exactly
well,
my point.
Hey, when you go to Stanford, or face Stanford, I think it was at Stanford, that's a tough ACC place to play, so you gotta watch out.
Yeah, that Atlantic Coast team on the Pacific Coast.
Yes, correct. As we talk about the 18-team Big Ten, the one team we are rooting for as Michigan fans is that Oklahoma matchup against Tennessee. Sooners getting that one, keeping them rolling would be helpful for Michigan's resume. Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. We'll get Doug Karsh's thoughts on the matchup as we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's a club you want to get into, Club Citgo. It's the super easy app that opens the door to great fuel savings and more. Sign up and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up, plus everyday savings that really add up. You can also enter our sweepstakes with multiple winners and giveaways, like free gas for a year. And Club Citgo makes paying easy with a convenient mobile pay feature. So welcome to the club where all the action is. Download Club Citgo today. Savings could up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
When big boy's in the playbook, you can't lose. start with Bob's Sampler, hand-breaded tenders, golden onion rings, crispy fried pickles, and mozzarella sticks, all sharing one plate for the perfect kickoff. Then turn up the heat with our Buffalo Ranch fried chicken sandwich on a soft brioche bun. Or go all in with the crispy chicken wrap packed with flavor. Make your tailgate complete. Find your nearest Big Boy at bigboy.com.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids facing unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness and disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Join us in the movement to get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org to learn more. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Wolverines and Boilermakers coming up here from the Big House. Doug, how's Halloween for you?
It's good. You know, first time is empty nesters. Our kids haven't trick-or-treated for a while, but we went over, surprised mom and dad. My daughter, who's a junior at Michigan, put on some bunny ears and walked up with a bag and said trick-or-treat to Granora.
Sure.
And that was a big thrill. So
in 08, when you had your last piece of candy, what was it? was it a turkey sandwich?
It would have been, it would have been kale chips. No, I had Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah,
are hard to avoid. Butterfingers, the most underrated chocolate bar there is.
Oh, wow.
I love pretzel M&Ms. I think pretzel M&Ms are
pretzel, really?
Pretzel M&Ms are the best M&Ms.
Have you had the Nutella ones? The Nutella ones are pretty funny.
I will definitely at you on that one.
Yeah.
That is pretzel M&Ms.
Yeah.
We can step outside.
I'm more than happy to. We don't even have to go outside.
Too bad I'm busy. You're lucky I'm busy. I'm gonna be busy.
No, I will gladly take this.
Will
Yeah. And also,
Brian,
John is early minus 500 to win.
That's it, huh?
Yeah. He could trip.
Let me get on my account and put some money on John.
Well, I will say, you might have some help. With the Big Ten games, there normally is a little bit of a helper to kind of have a little fun at John Jansen here. John, you have a note above you from our friend Bob across the way.
What's this?
Joe, I thought you noticed it, Doug. I'm sorry.
I had not noticed it. So our booth buttresses up to the the TV network booth, and there's glass, so we can see Gus Johnson or Gary.
Although we can never see them because they have about 40 TVs in our way.
That's true.
But yes.
But the Big Ten Network crew is there.
Oh, yeah.
You worked with
Bob Lanigan.
Bob's awesome. And Bob worked with you when you were at the Big Ten Network and always puts a sign up on his side of the glass. Yeah. You know, John Jansen drinks lattes.
Yeah.
And John Jansen. Well, this one, it's John Jansen was a Teletubby for Halloween. Tinky Winky.
Well, see, the difference is I know that, Bob obviously knows what Tinky Winky is. and I don't think it has anything to do with the Teletubbies.
Oh boy!
No idea whether it does or doesn't.
Yeah. Or actually, you can go out now. Doug and I will talk.
No, we got a little friendly. And so when I was with the Big Ten Network, Bob and I traveled a lot of places together, a lot of Big Ten towns, and
he's
a lot of small cars.
He's about up to here. Like he's same height as you.
Yeah, he's about the same height. Yeah.
So you do have help, Doug.
Well, I barely know Bob, but I love Bob because Bob gives John a hard time.
Well, exactly. If
I'm on Team Bob over here.
Yes, especially if you guys go outside here. Doug, biggest takeaways you had from the win last week?
So they got the job done in a very Michigan way, which is 2 passes thrown in the second half. And I got to tell you, I know that people want to see the passing game develop. I've heard those complaints all week, and I got it. And you'd like to see them throw against a poor pass defense. But when you're running the ball and you're running it well, and you got to make sure you win the game, you just keep running it. And I think the best example of calling plays to try and prove a point was last year in Columbus, when their coach wanted to prove how tough they were and ran the ball right at Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant all day long. And he didn't ignore Jeremiah Smith, but when they went to Jeremiah Smith, that was their one touchdown drive, right?
That was a late and half situation where he kind of had to pass.
If you start calling plays to prove a point, you can get yourself in trouble. And now, what you'd like to do is be up 21-0 and then open up the playbook and all the vast array of pass plays. But remember that they fail. A play can fail for a variety of reasons, whether it be the wrong protections up front, whether it be receivers run the wrong routes. And people say, how can a receiver run a wrong route? Well, when you have some younger receivers out there, they might not recognize that it was man or zone. And if it's zone, you have to run this route. If it's man, you run that route. Well, when you run the wrong route and you literally bring the defender into the intended receiver's line, path, now Bryce is holding the football going, well, I got two receivers in the same place, and that's how you run the wrong route. Now, recognizing defense is a big part of young players. And, the play, the offsides play, that nullified the sack fumble.
Yep.
So that play, you had two redshirt freshmen, a right guard and a right tackle. You had a true freshman quarterback. You had a redshirt freshman running back. None of them picked up the blitzer. You know who did? You know who saw it coming? Samaj Morgan was the one pointing him out. And so people have their frustrations with not hanging on to the football, and I got it. But that's an example of an upperclassman who's trying to keep that play from happening in the first place, sees it coming. Yep. And if you watch the replay, look at him. He's pointing him out the whole way, and nobody else really pays attention. So there's a lot of moving parts that make plays successful and unsuccessful. John, I know you know all this, but
and what has to happen is, and what did we hear about Bryce coming out of training camp? It was he never makes the same mistake twice.
Yeah.
All right, so now he's seen it. Now he got hit in the head by not being able to recognize that blitz or seeing it, and there's no more motivation than a sack fumble that says, okay, I better recognize that one. Because I guarantee you, who's going to do it today? Purdue. Until Michigan picks it up, until they can prove that they recognize it and see it, you're going to continue to see it until they do.
Yeah. We got the availability report about 45 minutes ago. No Rod Moore, Justice Haynes, Cole Sullivan, Jimmy Rolder, or Evan Link. Obviously, a couple of those expected, but the impact of a short-handed Michigan team here with two key linebackers out, and obviously after Justice Haynes, etched his name in the Michigan State rivalry record books. He's out today.
So we're going to see Troy Bowles, and they've talked a lot about how much they like Troy Bowles. He just hasn't had a chance to get on the field because their linebacker room is so deep. They got four starters essentially there. So we're going to see Troy Bowles, who's the son of Todd Bowles, of course, the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're going to see Chase Taylor, the freshman that they like so much. And today we may see Nathaniel Owusu-Boateng, who is another guy that as a young kid has stood out in practice. I've heard him called a battering ram in practice, so we'll see if that translates from State Street here to Main Street.
If he's standing out in practice in the linebacker room, that's very good news, right, John? I mean, if you are making waves within this linebacking group, you're doing something right.
If you're next man up, and I know it's a ways down the roster or the depth chart, but you never know what's going to happen. And we never thought going into this game that, especially with the way Jimmy Rolder played and the way that Cole Sullivan's been playing, that both guys would be out in the same week. Now all of a sudden, hey, you never know when your number's going to be called. You better be ready, and you better be making those waves. Even if you're 3 or 4 down the depth chart, that's what you got to be doing on a regular basis.
Doug, before we let you go, just thoughts on Purdue, first year of Barry Odom. The refrain I heard from several guys, they play hard, especially defensively, where Barry Odom has made his hay as a player and now as a coach. But just anything that stands out to you about the 2-6 Boilers?
Well, they've struggled in a lot of fronts, but they've turned the football over. They haven't capitalized when they've made it to the red zone. Last week they went unpenalized against Rutgers, which is a sign of a disciplined team. They got a dangerous receiver in Michael Jackson III, who is by far their most productive receiver this year. They got one of my favorite guys to watch in the Big Ten, and Devin Mockabee, the running back, who feels like he's been there forever.
Had a good game against Michigan in the Big Ten championship game.
And runs with such a unique style. I learned this week he was a high hurdler in high school, and I think maybe that's why his style is the legs are all over the place. So they got some talent, but they clearly are struggling here in year one with Barry Odom. So Michigan, show up, take care of business. It's why the team decided to wear the big game blues. They didn't want to let down, so the team told Jerome, we want the big game blues to try and set the tone. We cannot let our guard down, have to win This game, it's all that matters.
Yeah, they've been in that win and move on mindset here since the loss at USC. It has to continue here tonight. We'll get more from Doug during our pregame show, which starts at the top of the hour. John's keys to the game coming up momentarily here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. One more break on it. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
This football season, Detroit Wingco is officially in the Big House. Catch us at concessions serving up our award-winning boneless wings and crispy fries during every home game. And while you're there, don't miss your shot to win free wings for a year. That's right, free wings all year long. Just head to our spot in the Big House to learn more. Detroit Wingco, now serving the Big House. That's how Detroit wins.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
If you haven't listened to the In the Trenches podcast, here's what you've been missing.
Joined now by Brandon Hillman.
Hitman, I never knew you could play like this. I'm going to start calling you Hitman from here on out. So then I started seeing it on social media. Now my mom called me Hitman. My grandma called me Hitman.
You and grandma?
It's pretty nice.
In the Trenches, presented by Meijer, covering Michigan football all year long on Go Blue podcasts. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show is almost done. But before we go, let's get John Jansen's keys to the game.
Gearing up for a kickoff a little bit after 7, right now set for 7:10 here on a nice, pleasant, early November night at the Big House under the lights for the Wolverines and the Boilermakers. Are you ready to upgrade your outdoor living space? TimberTech is the #1 premium decking brand and the official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. It looks like real wood but won't rot, warp, or splinter and comes with industry-leading warranties. Order free samples at timbertech.com. Well, John Jansen, let's go through your keys to the game, starting with the Michigan offense. A lot of running last week. How do they have a full complement of success tonight?
Well, I am going to talk about the passing game here in a minute, but I think the #1 thing that will really get this offense going, could possibly open up the passing game as well, is being good on first down. It's kind of one of those things it's a hidden stat where you're looking at it going, well, Michigan there's just too many second and longs, third and longs, and if they could be a 5-yard minimum on first down, that will get them in a position. If you're 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4, now you can take some shots downfield because you got the confidence that your running game can pick up that 3rd and 4 if you don't complete the pass. #2, develop the passing game. What does that mean? First of all, let's start with the protections. What protections can you rely upon? You're going to see some of those same blitzes you saw against Michigan State, maybe some of them that you saw against USC as well. And are you able to learn from some past mistakes, pick those things up, and start to gain some confidence in those protections? Progressions by the quarterback, where you don't want to be locked on your first receiver. Not that Bryce is, but you've got to have protection so that you can get to your third read. And I think he'll eventually get there if he has the confidence that he's going to be clean, and then consistently catching the ball. There's nothing that'll frustrate a receiver coach, Ron Bellamy or Soup Campbell, more than the opportunity is there, and you drop it, especially if it's the 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. You got a chance to move the sticks. #3, the key for the offense is explore some new concepts in the game tonight. I do think that this Purdue team, they're going to come out and fight. They're a Big Ten football team, but they're outmatched. Michigan should be up by a couple of scores, and when that happens, start working in more RPOs. Put some more on Bryce's plate and let him see it at game speed and go out there and execute, make the right reads. Read options, same thing. And then the deep threats as well. I don't care how much you're up. you still can work on things. And, maybe nobody really likes the deep pass if you're up 2-3 scores. I don't care. You've got to develop it because you're not playing always against your opponent. You're playing against yourself. You're trying to develop yourself, but you're also playing against that game at the end of the year.
Defensive keys for Wolverines defense that certainly on paper has a pretty friendly matchup tonight.
Well, we heard Doug talk about Devin McCabe, their number one playmaker on offense, and he is, you want to talk about a hard-headed, downhill, do anything to pick up a down, that's their running back. So you got to shut down the run. He's their playmaker. He's the same guy that gave us some concerns in the Big Ten championship game. And then when it comes to the quarterback, number 2, Ryan Brown is their QB1, but you're also going to see Malachi Singleton. He's their QB2. 9 interceptions between the two guys. And that's one thing that this defense has done extremely well is take the ball away. Now, hey, maybe it's third time's a charm. Shug, you get the ball in your hands in the first quarter. Let's take it to the house or at least catch the ball. He's been in great position. I really like that. I've talked about it all week long, how good this secondary played against Michigan State. So take it to the next step, pick off some of those balls. And number 3, when you're playing against a team like this, and this goes for special teams as well, so I'm going to do a double dip here. You got to be alert for trick plays. They're going to try and steal a first down, maybe steal a touchdown, steal a possession if it's special teams. They're going to do something that you're not expecting. So you've got to have your head on a swivel and be attentive the entire time.
What else on special teams key? Again, you talk about Michigan's really playing Michigan in a lot of ways, but for the Wolverines to have the success they want to have this month, to continue to survive and advance and be in the playoff conversation, special teams has to be better.
Give your offense the best opportunity possible. So returns, it's good decisions, it's all those hidden yards. And I've talked to the coaches about it too. They're very well aware and they're frustrated, whether it's offensive coaches. I know J.B. Brown is frustrated. Catch the ball. And even if you're going to fair catch it every single time, at least it doesn't hit the ground and it's running. And then know where you are on the field. Know the situation. I know last week we talked about it during the entire game where Andrew Marsh fair catches the ball after a 15-yard penalty at the end of the first half. Didn't have to do that. They wanted that one to be returned. And it's Samaj. Heels on the 10. You never back up to catch the ball. It's really just being aware of where you are on the field. And then it's the same thing I had last week. And until it happens, a couple of weeks ago, I asked JB, when are we going to get that big play on special teams? And he really feels that this unit, this group, is ready to break out, whether it's a punt return, kick return, punt block, field goal block. Something big needs to happen. We need a momentum shift when it comes to special teams.
And, of course, the Wolverines will try to do all of that a little bit shorthanded in this one, as Michigan's availability report is fairly significant. No Rod Moore, no Evan Link. Again, this week, Wolverines also without a couple of key linebackers. Jimmy Rolder and Cole Sullivan are both out, as is Justice Haynes. So we'll see what Jordan Marshall can provide. A lot of positivity about Jasper Parker. We'll see if Michigan needs to lean on that pass game more than it did last week. Just 3, quote, pass plays. 1 incompletion, 1 completion, 1 sack for the Wolverines out of 29 plays in the second half of the win in East Lansing. That is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Stay tuned during our final hour of pregame coverage. Analysis from the entire crew. John Jansen, Doug Karsh, Jason Avant, Jack Miller. Thoughts from offensive coordinator Chip Lindsey, defensive coordinator Wink Martindale. Interviews with Jake Guarnera from the Michigan offensive line and the head coach Sharon Moore. Scoreboard updates with Rob Joyce, all leading up to a kickoff around 7:10. Second to last home game for Michigan, hosting 2-6 Purdue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for more analysis from the crew and comments from the locker room during the pregame show, which starts after this 2-minute timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
It's raining cash, cash, cash this November at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Every Saturday from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 4 guests each hour will score $500 cash. At 11 p.m. each Saturday, 2 lucky winners will each take home $10,000 cash. Then on November 29th, the excitement peaks. 2 guests will strike it rich with $30,000 cash each. A share of $200,000 in cash is calling your name. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Michigan basketball season is quickly approaching. Both the men's and women's programs have high expectations along with jam-packed home schedules. And now is your chance to secure single-game tickets for the upcoming season. Visit mgoblue.com/tickets to lock in your seats as the men's team tries to hang another banner after last year's Big Ten tournament title, and the women's squad builds around the loaded core of Olivia Olson, Silas Swords, and Mila Holloway. We'll see you at Chrysler Center this winter. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Left wing, a 3 for the win.
Yeah! They score! Quarterback run up the middle.
Yeah! The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
You know what the expectation is when you roll into East Lansing.
To his left is Childs, and he fumbles the football, and the Wolverines are on top of it. Quarterback keeper running to his left, 10-5. Bryce Underwood to the end zone. Justice Haynes is going to bounce it outside to the 10, to the 5. Justice Haynes will stroll into the end zone. They go QB sneak, and Childs is not going to get there. The Wolverines get the stop on 4th and 1. Breaks a tackle across the 50 to the 40. Oh, look at this. Down the far sideline, Jordan Marshall to the house.
We needed this win, especially like this being a rivalry game. I just want to go out there and lay it all out for my brothers.
Felt like it was a really good win for us as a team, and got to continue to move on.
Just continue to keep attacking every day.
Being 1-0 each day, each game. Not worrying about the next one.
Record aside, you're in the Big Ten. Any team can beat any team if you're not on your game.
Make sure that we're all on the same page and we're all going in the same direction. It's going to be a challenge for us, and we're ready for it.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show, presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan athletics. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and visit with players and coaches. Wolverines football is also brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Game day deserves the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar because fan work is thirsty work. By Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol. And by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Now, let's go to the stadium. Here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
The march towards a season-ending showdown continues tonight here in Ann Arbor. A showdown at the end that could mean everything, or something less than that if you don't take care of business each and every Saturday between now and then. And since the loss at USC, the margin for error for the Michigan Wolverines has been reduced to 0. They have taken care of Washington and Michigan State. Tonight, the next in line, the Purdue Boilermakers. Welcome to Michigan football. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen. And John, they are college kids, so the 2-6 record that Purdue brings into the Big House, you know, they're not supposed to overlook them, but you better show up.
Yeah, you better show up. They're a Big Ten football team. They're a physical team. They're trying to find that one win that's going to set them on a different trajectory than they've been on. And all week long, I was walking around the building asking the kids to look up what happened in 96 and tell me what the records of those two teams were down in West Lafayette. It was a 2-6 Boilermaker team and the number 9 ranked 7-1 Wolverines. And they didn't have to go to the Bentley to find that one out. They just Google it. So it wasn't a hard question to ask them, but I wanted to make them aware that this situation has arisen before, and if you're not ready, you're not going to like the results.
John was on a Michigan team, the one you're describing that lost down in West Lafayette. It still bothers you to this day, I can tell. Purdue defensively, their front four stands out to Michigan offensive coordinator Chip Lindsey. And Michigan will continue to roll with the 3 redshirt freshmen on the offensive line. Your thoughts on the way those kids up front have played?
Well, I tell you what, Jake Warnera did not start this year as a starter. He was actually 3rd on the depth chart. I think right now he's probably been the best offensive lineman up there. Grip has been really good as well. And then you're talking about a banged up Giovanni El Hadi throughout the course of the year. But those 2 young guys on the tackle position, like the microscope is on them. The magnifying glass is there because they're on an island a lot. And I think they've done a nice job. Consistency, working together, pass protection, dominating the run game, all of those things we need to see tonight to take control of this game early.
The run game, that's what carries Michigan's offense. Justice Haynes out tonight. Jordan Marshall, he will be the bell cow.
And he's been a battering ram. Every time he's gone in there, he has been effective. He's been efficient. And, I mean, he may not be as flashy as Justice, but he is damn good. I'm glad we got him back there.
The pass game, you want to be good at everything. And it was really good against Washington a couple of weeks ago. Not as potent last week. Not that it needed to be, but you want to develop it more and more each week. And that development usually takes place Tuesday through Thursday at practice, but you'd like to see it show up on game day.
Yeah, you want to be able to go out there and execute. You got to be able to do it at game speed and game time, picking up blitzes, but it's really about being on the same page. Bryce Underwood with whoever the receivers are out there. You got some young guys. You got to make sure you communicate with them. You've got some veterans. Those guys need to stand up and perform.
Defensively, oh boy, the availability report. Cole Sullivan out. Linebacker Jimmy Rolder also out. Linebacker Rod Moore, safety out. Arguably 3 of the top 5 defensive players for this Michigan team.
Yeah, and hey, it's next man up. And if there's a group that's more deep than the linebackers, I'm not sure where it's coming from because you still have Ernie Hausman. We know what he does. Jay Sean Barnum, if they want to put him back at that linebacker position. But Troy Bowles, Chase Taylor, all of those guys, very capable of filling the shoes of those guys that aren't able to go today.
Purdue will throw 2 quarterbacks at you, Ryan Brown and Malachi Singleton. Since USC, Michigan's defense has really handled quarterbacks. Damon Williams, who's playing very well for Washington before and after Michigan, and Aiden Childs, who was coming off a monster game against Indiana. They've done the job against quarterbacks this year.
They have, and that's been kind of the specialty of this defense is being able to take the ball away in the secondary. Haven't been 100% in coverage, but when they're there, they're ball hawks. And you look at both quarterbacks for Purdue, 9 turnovers, 9 interceptions between the 2 of them.
John, it'd be good to see special teams get tightened up and make some plays.
We just need a big play. I think they just really need something to happen that's going to give them that confidence that they can go out there and whether it's a punt return, a kick return, a block punt, whatever it is, go out there and perform, create that big moment on special teams.
It's Michigan and Purdue. It'll kick off in just about an hour's time. The weather, well, right now it's 49 degrees. It will get down to 42 by 10 p.m. Wind gusts could be up to 9 miles per hour, although not much wind out there right now. Coming up here on the pregame show, we'll preview today's opponent, the Purdue Boilermakers. Also, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage, and we'll hear from former Wolverines, Jack Miller and number 8, Jason Avant, and later, Michigan head coach Sharon Moore. Kickoff is at 7:10. It's Go Blue versus Boiler Up. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
When you're injured, the first thing you need is a huddle. The right offense, the right plan, the right call. For 35 years, Morgan & Morgan has been that huddle, fighting for the people and recovering more than $25 billion for our clients. This season, we're teaming up with the University of Michigan Athletics because the right huddle doesn't just protect you, it helps you win. Morgan & Morgan, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Injured? Just dial pound law. Morgan & Morgan, Michael Hanna, 150 West Jefferson Avenue, Detroit, 48266.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
What? So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Rick Germain for Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, official partner of Michigan Athletics. Whether you're tailgating or headed to the Big House, Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. New or pre-owned, our team has a large inventory of vehicles ready for you today. And a special offer for Wolverine fans, receive a $1,000 discount and 3 years of maintenance on any new Lexus purchase when you mention this ad. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor or get started at lexusofannarbor.com.
Introducing Celsius, the energy you need for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience a refreshing taste made with proven ingredients, zero sugar, and essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the Big House or cheering from your couch, Celsius keeps you energized for every quarter. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com. Celsius. Live fit. Go.
Today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com. Wolverines, Boilermakers. November begins with a Big Ten clash at Michigan Stadium. Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
And November also means playoff mode. Still the name of the game for the Maize and Blue. With chaos around college football, it seems pretty simple for the Wolverines. Go 1-0 every week, and you'll earn another opportunity the next week to keep playing for your goals. Since suffering their second loss at USC, the Wolverines have earned a couple of massive wins. Home against fellow playoff contender Washington, and then a rivalry road win over Michigan State. Last year, the Wolverines peaked in their final 3 games of the season. This season, head coach Sharon Moore thinks the process is already underway.
Yeah, it feels like it hit a little earlier. It feels like the Washington game really started to take off, and it's the way we've practiced. It's the way we played. Obviously, the game plans are put into it, but the guys, the kids, the coaches have coached really hard and pushed the little things. The players have practiced really hard and prepared as high as they could.
That ascension has not come without challenges, and certainly from an injury standpoint, Michigan will be shorthanded again. No Justice Haynes, no Cole Sullivan and Jimmy Rolder, both linebackers, and a continued absence of Rod Moore from the secondary, Evan Link from the offensive line. John Jansen, this team has leaned on youth and depth much of this season. That will need to be on display. Not the most ominous opponent, but one of the more ominous availability reports.
Well, it is, but it's an opportunity for these guys to go out here and take what they've earned. And you never want to earn a starting spot. You never want to earn more playing time due to injury. But if the coaches turn to you, they're doing it because they believe you're ready to go out there and perform. And you got to take it from State Street now over to Main Street and perform in the Big House in front of 110,000 people. And there's no better opportunity for some of these young guys.
To the offensive scouting report now. Michigan road graded the Spartans last week to the tune of 276 rushing yards. The Wolverines averaged almost 6 yards per carry. It was enough for the win, but as has become a bit of a tradition here in recent seasons, a reliance on the rushing attack in a game or a stretch of games has prompted questions about the passing game, the offense's upside as a whole. Here's offensive coordinator Chip Lindsey.
We ran for almost 300 yards and scored 31 points. So, some nights that's what you do to win. And, I think we've proven that we can throw it for sure. And Bryce, 21 and 27 the week before or something like that. So, yeah. But, at the end of the day, winning the game is the most important thing. And I think that's what our team and it's what it took for our team to win the game the other night.
It's a great point by Chip Lindsey there. Bryce Underwood was outstanding against Washington. He did not have to be at Michigan State because of what the Wolverines were doing. But I know you believe in what this team can do, the upside of it, both run and pass.
I do. I think we saw it against Washington. We've seen it at times throughout the year. And, yeah, we want it to be more consistent in terms of the passing game. But, why should this football team be ashamed that they can run the ball for nearly 300 yards? And that's not even their best production this year. Last week, 2 backs, over 100 yards. There's absolutely nothing to be ashamed about. If that's what the defense can't stop, then you keep pounding it. You still had explosive plays, especially in the second half when it mattered most.
I love the theory. What do you think your opponent wants you to not do? You should do that. And frankly, against Washington, The Huskies probably wanted Bryce Underwood to stop throwing, and up in East Lansing, Michigan State wanted Michigan to stop running and throw the ball. Very simple.
It's basic football, right? If they can't stop you, whatever you're doing, you just keep doing it until they do. And if the final whistle blows and they haven't stopped you, you win.
Sucks for them. Purdue's head coach Barry Odom has a defensive background all the way back to his playing days at Missouri as a linebacker. It seems like there are some improvements happening, though it is a slow process for a Boilermakers team that has dropped 6 straight, allowing 34 points a game during that funk. Here's Chip Lindsey on the Purdue defense.
They're very well coached. They play extremely hard. That's what I noticed. Those guys are playing physical and fast, and they're very, very sound in what they do. And every defense gives up some big plays every now and then. But what I see is a team that is playing really well and playing fast and physical and low pad level, and everybody seems to be running to the ball. So typical of a Barry Odom defense. He does a great job. He's been a defensive guy, from the very beginning. Now he's the head coach. But no surprise at all. Those guys are always well coached.
The thing that stands out from Purdue's narrow loss to Rutgers last week at home, they gave up 6 catches for 241 yards to Rutgers receiver K.J. Duff. Rutgers ran the ball pretty well as well, 184 yards. So there should be chances for Michigan, all facets offensively.
Well, and you would look at those numbers and say, well, that's over 400 yards of offense. How did they not score more points? This is a team that will tighten up in the red zone because they are a physical team, and that's where you want to be able to run the ball and do some of those things that Michigan likes to do. But again, it's going to be a matter of you're going to have to play a disciplined game against this defensive front. They are good. You might be able to get some big plays downfield. If you do, you better be ready to take advantage of it.
Lots more to do here on the pregame show, which is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Defensive scouting report comes your way next as we get ready for Michigan and Purdue. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
The official podcast home of the Wolverines is M Go Blue Podcasts. Join John Jansen and me, Brian Bush, as we cover Michigan athletics all year long. Get the latest on Michigan football on In the Trenches, presented by Meyer. Defend the Block focuses on both the men's and women's basketball programs. And Conquering Heroes covers all other Michigan sports. Enjoy all of those episodes and much more on M Go Blue Podcasts. Just search M Go Blue Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics, M Go Blue Podcasts, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
62nd all-time meeting between Michigan and Purdue gets going 7-10 tonight. Rematch of that 2022 Big Ten Championship game. And the Boilermakers' second trip to Ann Arbor over the last 3 seasons. Defensive scouting report now. Another excellent performance last week, limiting the Spartans to 3 yards a carry on the ground and forcing now benched Aiden Childs into a completion percentage of 50. Here's defensive coordinator Wink Martindale on the performance on Saturday, particularly from the secondary.
We're still missing some tackles that we need to make, and just
every week, every day, just to keep trying to get better and work on the fundamentals. And there's a lot of young guys playing. The corners played really well with Zeke and Shug. We just got to bring everybody else along.
John, you called it the best performance by the secondary this season, and that came without Rod Moore. He's out again tonight, as are good linebackers. Jimmy Rolder for Michigan, as is Cole Sullivan. What's the next step for the secondary and for this Michigan defense as a whole?
Consistency. It's not doing it on one game and not doing it on another. It's not doing it in the first half and not in the second, or it's play to play. It's just being more consistent. And when you're a young team, that's kind of one of the traits of young teams is inconsistencies. And you just got to develop the ability to go out there and do it, play in, play out. And now all of a sudden, once you do that, and this is the time of year, we saw it last year, we're seeing it again, where all of a sudden those young guys start to get more confidence. And last year it was Brandon Hillman, Mason Curtis. This year it's Jaden Sanders, Shamari Earls, and it's still watching Jair Hill continue to develop.
To the Boilermakers, Ryan Brown, the primary quarterback, 12 total touchdowns, but 7 interceptions. Completion percentage a smidge below 60. Malachi Singleton, a true dual threat, change of pace quarterback. He had 2 touchdown throws last week, but he's right around 50-50 of a pass or a run when he's on the field. They're back a 4-year Purdue veteran, Devin Mockabee. He ran for 71 yards against Michigan as a freshman in that Big Ten title game. He's their top back yet again. And he gets almost 16 carries a game, so he is a workhorse. Here is Wink on the Boilers' offense.
I think they're a good offense. The number 3, he's going to run the ball more, but he can still throw it. I think he's thrown for over 400 yards or close to it. 15, he can sling it.
Thoughts on 15, Ryan Brown. 3, Malachi Singleton in that Purdue offense.
They're going to give you the ball. They're going to give you opportunity to pick off the ball. So you better make sure you're ready for it. And it's also when Singleton's in there, it's either guy. You just have to take a look at the number on the jersey because they have different skill sets and you're going to be aware for different things. They've shown that they can defend, dual threat quarterbacks. They've shown that they can defend those guys that are, efficient through the air.
When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Plus, for fans outside of Southeast Michigan, you can catch our 2-hour tailgate show leading up to your station's coverage on the Varsity Network app. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. We will talk to a key member of that Michigan offensive line, right guard Jake Guarnera, as our pregame show presented by Morgan & Morgan continues next. Wolverines and Boilermakers on the horizon. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champions Circle is the leading Michigan athletics fan engagement community. We connect fans with once-in-a-lifetime experiences, produce public and private events, offer club memberships, and operate an online retail store, selling exclusive apparel, trading cards, autographs, and other memorabilia featuring Michigan student athletes. To become a member or learn more about how you can support your favorite Michigan student athletes, visit championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Charles Woodson down the sideline. He's gonna go all the way.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think forward first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Easy Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months, with only $359 cash due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for a low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCO cash, $1,000 open trade assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Continuing here on the pregame show presented by Morgan and Morgan Wolverines and Purdue. Jake Cornera from the Michigan offensive line joining us. Man, 2 100-plus yard rushers, some big gains on the ground. What worked for you, for the O-line, for the running game on Saturday?
I think just having the mentality of being physical and just keep pushing throughout the game. Like, there's some drives where we didn't get to where we wanted, but just staying consistent and working our technique all throughout the game.
How have you been able to improve over what's been a unique season, right? Weren't a starter out of camp. I know you had some time working at center, bounce around a little bit. Now you've kind of found a home at right guard. Where's your game at compared to where it was at the start of the year?
I think it's just I've learned what to expect, and so now I can kind of prepare myself throughout the week to be able to handle the work and the talent of the guys that we're going to be going against.
It's interesting because on this line, there's been movement at left tackle, at left guard, at right guard. But the two guys you've been around, Greg Crippen at center and Andrew Sprague at right tackle, have been steady. They've been starters all year. How have they helped you as you've continued to grow at that right guard spot?
I think just being consistent with how they play. We've kind of learned how each other play and our play styles, and being able to anticipate what the other person is going to do is a big thing for us.
How have you seen Bryce grow as a leader now into the month of November now, 4 regular season games left? How different is he now versus the start of the year?
I think he's a lot more confident leading the huddle and just being like that guy back there. So that was something that he grew from the spring when he really came in, like, he was very mature as a freshman, but just being more confident and leading the huddle was something that he did.
Is it pretty remarkable that several freshmen along that offensive line, true freshman quarterback, what Andrew Marsh has done, Jordan Marshall has only played a few games of college football before this season, others who have emerged. How has this team been able to acclimate so many young players?
I think just the way we worked throughout spring and the way we work in the meeting room, just staying on top of the mental aspect of the game, especially on offensive line, was something that helped us all get on the field, and just having that work ethic throughout practice and working hard every day.
The other thing you have to do pretty much every day, except for Saturdays, is go up against this defense in practice. You did it in camp. How have you seen that group, especially up front, grow here over the course of the season to put together what was one of their best performances last week?
I think we had a lot of guys that weren't as involved in the rotation early on step up. Like, I know Etta had a great game last week, and just seeing like some of the younger guys step up too, like Nate Marshall.
To Purdue, what stands out when you watch the Boilermakers on film defensively?
Very impressive front seven group, big guys along the line, really good in run defense and all that. So it's going to be a challenge for us, and we're ready for it.
Something Chip Lindsey and Wink Martindale have both said about Purdue on both sides of the ball is that they play hard. Does that show up on film, and is that a different level you got to make sure to take it to when you're facing a team that you know is going to come at you no matter what the score?
Yeah, we've seen that on film, and just being able to work our technique and stay with how we play and not really thinking out too much about it, and just playing with our technique is something that we just need to do to win.
Jake, always appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
There's Jake Cornera. Much more to do on the pregame show presented by Morgan and Morgan. Jack Miller and Jason Avant standing by for their pregame thoughts. Wolverines and Boilermakers coming up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. Let's go, Wolverines! SeatGeek.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward.
So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Hit as he throws, and it is intercepted! It's the Ohio native! One more!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It is time for our Michigan Answer Spotlight from Michigan Medicine. Great to be joined by Karen Amman. She's the Operations Project Director for the D. Dan and Betty Kahn Healthcare Pavilion. Karen, thanks so much for joining us. Can you tell fans a little bit about this new hospital?
Thank you, Brian. I'd be happy to. The pavilion is 12 stories. It has 264 private inpatient rooms and 20 operating rooms, including an intraoperative MRI, which allows surgeons to get real-time images during the procedure, giving them better precision and accuracy.
I'm sure you and the team have put a ton of work into this building, so can you talk through the journey and the process that inspired this new hospital?
Yes, and it has been a journey. The design of this building started in 2017, and we used a process called lean-led facility design. And this is where we bring together leaders, frontline staff, patients and families, together with architects to first understand problems with our current facilities and then design the future space to solve for those problems. So these can be problems related to quality, safety, customer service, timeliness, and the staff and patient experience. And literally hundreds of people were involved in the design of this building. It included both focus sessions, especially with patients and families, but multiple design sessions with faculty, staff, and learners. We had cardboard mock-ups and all kinds of interactive sessions. And of course, in the middle of all of this, we experienced a global pandemic. So from that experience, we did redesign and alter the top 2 floors of the building, 96 rooms in total, to make them full respiratory isolation units. So these units are designed with the right airflow and the right safety features to treat patients and keep the staff safe at the same time.
Taking state-of-the-art, taking innovative to the next level. So Karen, what's the main thing you want people to know about what the hospital could mean for our community?
Well, people come from all over the state and country to access the high complexity healthcare from the U of M healthcare teams. And this new hospital will expand access to this specialized care for patients who need it, and it will provide a better experience with family-centered features built in from top to bottom.
And I understand there is a unique opportunity coming up for people who want to see what's inside the new hospital. Tell us about that.
Yes, we're going to have an open house on November 12th, open to the public. Doors open at 4 p.m. We will have a short formal program and a ribbon cutting. And then we just want to let our community explore. We'll have self-guided tours of 3 of the floors of the hospital.
That's awesome. If you want to learn more about the UM Health D. Dan and Betty Kahn Healthcare Pavilion and register for that open house, visit michigananswers.org/new hospital. Karen Amman, thanks so much for the time and good luck with everything as y'all get ready to open.
Thank you so much for having me, Brian.
Thanks to Karen for joining us. Thanks to you for listening here on the pregame show presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Brian Bush and Jack Miller high atop the big house. Jason Avant at field level. And Jason, pretty cool that you had a chance to catch up with a proud Michigan dad. Doesn't get to go to every game. Also a former coach of yours, because Troy Bowles' dad, Todd Bowles, is down there. And, hey, with the injuries to Jimmy Rolder and Cole Sullivan, they're out today. Troy's got himself a big opportunity.
Yeah, it's a perfect time to show off in front of his dad, right? Maybe is the best scout possible here for for his future. So, no, it was a great time seeing him. He coached me in Philadelphia. I've been over his house multiple times. Just a good person. So I'm glad to see that he's able to see his son for a change.
Yeah, that's really neat. Now, obviously, those two linebackers, Jack, not the only two Wolverines who are on the availability report as out. No Justice Haynes here today. As expected, no Evan Link, also no Rod Moore yet again. So Michigan comes in shorthanded here from an offensive standpoint. It's going to be Jordan Marshall, probably a pretty healthy diet of him, but how does the trickle-down effect impact everything with no Justice Haynes?
Well, we've talked about this season in and season out, having depth and the importance of it, because you know at this stage in the season, guys are going to go down. There's going to be injuries, and it's about who can stay ready to go, and when their time comes, when their number is called, are they able to go out there and perform the way that the role needs it to go? I would think we'd see Jasper Parker a little bit tonight to spell Jordan Marshall. He'll get out there in the ball game a little bit. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the situation is. It calls for a high level of performance. These guys are waiting. They work so hard in the offseason. They're training, they're strength lifting, they're running, they're getting ready, and then they are waiting for their opportunity. We've seen a guy like Blake Frazier come in at left tackle, play pretty well. Look for the other guys to step up tonight.
Yeah, Frazier will make his second start at left tackle for the Wolverines here today. Jason, last week Michigan had 29 offensive plays in the second half. 26 of them were running plays. There were 3 passes, 2 attempts, and a sack of Bryce Underwood. You know, the approach was, if it's not broken, why fix it? Certainly the right call in a rivalry game. What do you expect from this offense, and what confidence do you have in the full upside run and pass for Michigan's offense right now?
Well, this is the perfect game to get it going. Purdue isn't that great at anything defensively and giving up so many points in games. And also, they only have 5 turnovers on the year, so this team doesn't take the ball away that great. So I would think there will be a balanced attack, but maybe a little bit more passing than running in this game, just because you don't have Justice Haynes and you're dependent upon Jordan Marshall, and you're going to have to spell him at some point. And do you spell him with a young, unproven running back, or do you go out and put the ball in Bryce Underwood's hand and get the passing game going so it can help further down the line? But I do like what Jack said, is that young guys are accustomed to stepping up, and you got to give credit to Coach Wink Martindale. He plays a lot of guys just for situations like this. So I think that with our team playing younger guys, it helps you down the line when guys get injured.
Well, Jason, thank you for the compliment.
Yeah.
I'm going to give one back to you. I think you're right that we're going to see a little bit more of that passing game tonight. Purdue's got a big front seven. They're going to try to stop the run. When you're the underdog in a game like this, you're going to come in and try to stop the opposing team at what they do well. Michigan wants to run the ball. That's their bread and butter. They want to go back to that. If you're Purdue, they're going to try to stop that. This is an opportunity for this Michigan offense and the passing game in particular to find some rhythm, to find some life. You're going to need that as the season goes on. I agree, Jason. I think tonight's a big opportunity for Bryce, the receivers, the tight ends, maybe even some of the backs out of the backfield, and get that passing game a little more dynamic so that you have options when it really matters down the line.
You guys are both doing a great job. Just stellar work all around. It's really awesome. Jason, impressions of Purdue. What you said defensively, not a whole lot. How about offensively? 2 quarterbacks set up, and Devin Mock could be a running back. He's a grinder.
Yeah, he's a grinder, and Malachi Thomas had a really good game last week against Rutgers. They have some guys. They're going to try to run the football. That's where they're the most efficient. When they have to start passing the ball, which they had to do most of the time because they are usually playing from behind or in games where they are forced to throw the ball, the quarterbacks turn it over at a high rate. And so I don't necessarily know if they want to go out and pass the ball because they have so many turnovers, throwing it. So I think we need to stop the run and force this team to pass. And do you have Michael Jackson? The guy that I'm more fearful of is Nitro Tuggle. What a great name that is.
They both are great.
That's a great name. But he's an explosive player, 4 touchdowns on the year. And when you watch the tape of him, he's a guy that can make a lot happen. He just needs more targets, and hopefully he doesn't get that today.
Yeah, I think the Purdue offense is going to come out. They're going to have their script for the first drive, and we've seen Michigan has struggled with that from lesser opponents where that offense feels like they can find some holes in the Michigan defense and expose it. Wink will adjust. He'll figure things out from there. But I do think the Purdue team is going to take a chance at trick plays, things that they haven't shown yet. There's nothing to lose if you're Purdue. They're going to throw out everything that they possibly can. They're going to try to catch this Michigan defense off guard, hope to get lucky in some big plays. Those trick plays are an opportunity to get, an explosive play down the field and hopefully put up points for them. I think you're going to see some weird stuff, especially with 2 quarterbacks. You're going to have to defend that. You have to be ready for what both of those guys present. I think the playbook is wide open for Purdue. Expect to see some weird things, and the Michigan defense is going to have to prepare and execute and be ready for that.
About a half an hour away, Wolverines and Boilermakers. More of the pregame show presented by Morgan & Morgan. Next, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
When people yell, "Go Blue," most people think of the Michigan Wolverines. Hail to the victors, the maize and blue. But what does Go Blue mean in the liquor store? It means go for a long drink. Go for the blue can with undefeated flavor. A refreshing mix of citrus, sparkling soda, and a kick of real liquor. So go blue. Then go blue. For the Wolverines, we mean long drink. Proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. 5.5% alcohol by volume. Gin with natural flavors. Copyright 2024. The Long Drink Company, Carmel, Indiana. Please enjoy responsibly.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Taylor to the 20, down to the 15, down to the 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Billy Taylor!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your Barbasol shave is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. The big game is on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Introducing Celsius, the energy you need for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience a refreshing taste made with proven ingredients, 0 sugar, and essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius keeps you energized for every quarter. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com. Celsius. Live fit. Go.
Today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com. Welcome back to our coverage of the Wolverines and the Purdue Boilermakers.
Back here at the Big House, Wolverines looking to keep that playoff mindset, churning out victories. Jack Miller, what are we going to be talking about in postgame?
I think the passing game. I think they're going to try to stop the run. They're going to make us, or try to make us one-dimensional. I think the passing game gets going. Every time that it has, a tight end has played well. I think Marlon Klein has a big night. If he's able to, all of a sudden that opens up more of the passing game, and maybe McCauley, Marsh down the field. I think the tight end gets going tonight. I like the passing game. I think it's time to unleash Bryce a little bit. They're going to probably be forced to some degree, and I think they want to. I think they weren't able to last week, but they really want to, and this is a great night for Marlon Klein to get in rhythm, have a game, and then all of a sudden that'll open up things down the field. I like the passing game tonight.
Jason?
I'll give you another prediction.
There you are. There we go.
Yeah,
my prediction is that will be the only moment of silence there that Jason has today.
There we are. So I agree with Jack in that sense that KJ Duff, the receiver for Rutgers, had 241 yards receiving last week.
On 6 catches.
On 6 catches, right? So that's awesome. But I'm going to go secondary. This Purdue team turns the ball over twice a game. So I think once we shut the run down, I think he's going to throw the ball around right to our secondary. So I'm looking for the secondary to have multiple interceptions. or not even just secondary, but the defense as a whole.
Yep. Jasper Parker's longest play this year so far, 11. I say he has at least double that on a play. And I'm not going to say a rush. It could be a catch. He's going to have a roll. I say he breaks at least one big one. Those are thoughts from Jason and Jack. We'll come back. Rob Joyce's check of the out-of-town scoreboard as we get you ready. Wolverines and Boilermakers. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
When you're injured, the first thing you need is a huddle. The right offense, the right plan, the right call. For 35 years, Morgan & Morgan has been that huddle, fighting for the people and recovering more than $25 billion for our clients. This season, we're teaming up with the University of Michigan Athletics because the right huddle doesn't just protect you, it helps you win. Morgan & Morgan, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Injured? Just out. Pound law. Morgan & Morgan. Michael Hanna, 150 West Jefferson Avenue, Detroit, 48266.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
This is your home for the Hometown Call, the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Wolverine fans, November is always the most important month of the college football season as we get set to kick off the month with a Big Ten battle at the Big House. Let's say hello to Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. How are you, Andy?
I'm doing great, Doug. I'm glad to be here with you, and I'm looking forward to another Wolverines victory.
Andy, our conversations this season have helped illuminate the affordability challenges we face in Michigan and around the country when it comes to health care. And Blue Cross just shared a powerful story of what can happen when health care is not affordable.
Yes, Doug. Healthcare costs are putting the squeeze on Michigan employers and employees because their insurance rates are rising rapidly right now. As we've told Wolverine fans all along, the skyrocketing costs of care itself are at the center of it. Drug prices, which are rising exponentially, historically high use of healthcare services in a very expensive system, and higher payment rates for providers driven by staffing shortages and hospital consolidation.
I saw on miblue.com/affordability that when those upstream costs head downstream and hit Michigan businesses, it's having a devastating impact.
Doug, it's especially hard for small businesses that want to provide health insurance for their employees. Rising premiums are forcing them to make some tough decisions around hiring new workers, providing pay increases, or keeping their current health benefits.
That's eye-opening, Andy. Those are all things businesses need to do to succeed and grow. On the positive side, Blue Cross's efforts to help improve the affordability of healthcare are already hard at work. You're working to bring down the price of prescription drugs, partnering with providers to reward value over volume, and investing in healthier communities so healthcare works better for everyone.
Doug, everything we do at Blue Cross is focused on making healthcare more affordable and accessible for the people and businesses who rely on us, and we will not stop until that happens.
Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Counting it out of Michigan and Purdue, 7:10 for the Big House. Rob Joyce with you in the Network Studios. Quick check of the scoreboard. Big Ten, the mid-afternoon slate winding down. Number 2, Indiana continues to put things in cruise control. 55-10 at Maryland, under a minute to go. While they're going to overtime in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Michigan State all square at 17. Earlier today, Ohio State, a big second half, pulled away from Penn State, 38-14. Illinois cruised past Rutgers, 35-13. Last game to kick tonight in Lincoln, 7:30 from Memorial Stadium. Nebraska hosts USC. Top 25, some interesting games going on. Under 5 minutes to go in Jacksonville. 5th-ranked Georgia trails Florida 20-17. Bulldogs with the ball. Number 12 Notre Dame is pulled away from Boston College. Tight game at halftime, 25-10 Irish. And some notable finals from earlier today. Number 9, Vandy loses for the second time this year, 34-31 at Texas. 10th-ranked Miami picks up its second loss in overtime at SMU, 26-20. Again, counting you down to Michigan and Purdue in our game. We'll get the thoughts of head coach Sharon Moore. He chatted with Doug. You'll hear that conversation next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Fogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The 4th annual Night Out at the Big House sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, November 6th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to Tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Forward down the field, a charging team that will not yield.
Lions fans have even more to cheer about with the new Detroit Lions games from the Michigan Lottery. Featuring a roster of fan favorites, instant ticket, pull tab, fast cash, and online play. You could win prizes up to $500,000. With the new Detroit Lions games, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
A lot of life can happen between sips of Dasani. You know, the life moments, big and small, that are worth getting thirsty for. Like organizing a family movie night under the stars. Or hearing an old favorite song and having an impromptu dance party. Or finding a new dinner recipe that the whole family loves. The crisp, clean taste of Dasani was made for all of life's thirst-worthy moments. Dasani, because life happens between sips. From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Kickoff is moments away. So now let's hear from the Wolverines head coach. With Sharon Moore, here's Doug Karsh.
Coach, Michigan and Purdue coming up, and let's just start with practice this week leading up to this game. You've had some big games, some intensity. How did it carry over to this week?
It felt like last week the intensity was extremely high. The guys are really focused and ultimately want to get a big win. You know, I feel like every game is a big game. Every game is a playoff mindset of every game we have. So they're really excited about this one.
The players, I didn't know this, but the players choose the uniform combinations, and this week they decided to go big, huh?
Yeah, they decided to bring out the big game blues. You know, the mentality that this team has right now, and, you know, we're glad we built it, is that everything matters. You know, big games, every game's a big game. So they want to bring those out, and I was all for it.
All right, let's talk about the health of your team. Some guys banged up. First of all, Justice Haynes is out, your outstanding running back. First of all, talk about what you'll miss with him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the explosiveness and the ability to make big plays. Feel great about Jordan Marshall. Feel great about Jasper Parker and Bryson Goodsdale. You know, those guys are going to have a role, obviously, with Jordan being the starter and those two guys altering, and they both have their skill set and ability. But obviously you miss Justice, and I'll help you out for a little bit, and, you know, hope to get him back. But something that happened in the game, and he played with it. You know, that just tells the toughness of a kid. It happened like in the first quarter, and he kept playing, and you never knew it. So we'll alter that with back by committee, and we'll be in good shape.
Tell us a little bit about Jasper Parker, the young freshman, and how he's come along.
Yeah, he's just gotten better and better by week. Eerily similar to Hassan Haskins. Long, athletic, really good contact balance, strong, got great hands. So, you know, we're ready to watch him go perform today.
All right, on the other side of the ball, no Cole Sullivan, no Jimmy Rolder. Your deepest, most talented position, perhaps, I guess now is when you'll rely on the depth, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Cole went out. I think he played 4 plays in the Michigan State game, and then Jimmy was like the last or second to last drive. both of those guys will return this season and be ready to go sooner than later. So we're super ready for that. But, you'll see Jay Sean back at linebacker a little bit more, which is okay. That's a good guy to have back there and still on the field. And, TJ Guy will play, but you'll still have TJ, you'll still have Dom, you'll still have Derek Moore, you'll still have all those guys on the edge, Cam Brandt. And, you're going to see a little bit more Nate Owusu and Chase Taylor and Troy Bowles this game. So we're ready for him.
Talk about Troy Bowles a little bit, because he was dealing with injury early, but he's come on, and you've been dying to get him more snaps. This is not how you want to get it, but now he gets some run.
Yeah, and he's a very talented guy. Obviously, transferred from Georgia, was a highly touted guy at a high school, and he just continues to get better. He's really impacted us on special teams, and he just continues to get better, and he's earned these spots and earned these plays.
Well, with Jay Sean moving back to linebacker a little bit, you mentioned the name Derek Moore. 4 sacks the last 2 games. Wink Martindale, your defensive coordinator, said he saw it coming in practice a couple of weeks ago. What have you seen that's led to this Derek Moore sudden outburst?
Yeah, I mean, it was only a matter of time. I think I can imagine as a pass rusher and a player that plays the edge, that's what you want. You want those sack numbers, and if you don't get them, you could get kind of, not satisfied, or you get more hungry for that success. And all he did was work. He worked in practice, and then all of a sudden they just start to show up and they come in bunches. Hope to have a couple more today.
All right, let's talk about your offense a little bit. Bryce Underwood, his progression. The numbers last week weren't huge. They were big the week before, but maybe his most important throws were throwaways last week. Does that speak to his maturity?
It's huge, man. Taking care of the football is an aspect that a lot of people, especially as a freshman, can't do. And, you think about the interceptions that he's had. He's only had 2 of them. One of them was just he threw it up. I think it was heat checking in the Central Michigan game. And then I can't remember the other one, but he's done a really good job of taking care of the football, and that's a huge component. And but we'll see him early on air it out and do some things in the passing game.
Meanwhile, you expect to see more of a freshman you've been talking about behind the scenes, but is today the day for Jamar Browder?
Yeah, I'm really excited about Jamar's progression, what he's done. One, he's huge. He's 6'4.5", 6'5", 200-something pounds. He can run like a deer. He's physical. But it was just like the matter of time of him getting gist of lining up, knowing where to go, knowing what to do, and moving around. So you're going to see him on the field. You're going to see Andrew Marshall a little bit more in the slot, and we feel really good about those guys.
All right, we'll come back and talk about the Purdue Boilermakers next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is the place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids facing unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness and disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Join us in the movement to get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org to learn more. Team Impact. All in, all together.
We're back with more from head coach Sharon Moore. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
So, Coach, Purdue with 80-something new players, is it hard to get a scout on them because you really only have this year to go on together as a group?
Yeah, I mean, as a group, you're just watching their film. You've obviously watched schematically from, Coach Odom's past and what they've done from an offensive, defensive perspective. But really, you're looking at this film and seeing what they have and who they are as a team. And they've got a good team. The record does, only shows so much. But they're going to fight, man. And this program has been known to, upset teams that aren't focused and aren't locked in and just ready for our team to take the field.
Chip Lindsey, your offensive coordinator, said earlier this week his biggest concern is their front. He thinks their defensive front plays very hard.
Yeah, they play hard. They play physical. There's a guy on their front that was here. We know he's a good player, and they play physical. So we're going to have to exceed that energy and exceed that consistency to go win.
Before we get into their quarterbacks, the job your defense has done since USC with quarterbacks, those guys play well before they play you and after they play you. But when they play you, Damon Williams specifically at Washington, or Aiden Childs had a great game against Indiana, didn't do much against you. Yeah. What have you done to handle the quarterbacks of late?
I mean, I think our guys, the staff has done a good job with the plans of what we're doing. I think the practice habits that the players have had, and we've changed a little bit in practice, but that really has nothing to do with the effort and energy that they've put in execution. So they've just practiced really well, and it's just went into the game.
Brown and Singleton, they're two quarterbacks. Tell us what you see with them.
Yeah, Brown is more of the pocket passer, but he can run. He's athletic. He can do those things, and he's got a big arm. He can make all the throws. Pretty composed. He's played a lot of football. And then Malachi Singleton, he's more the runner, but he can throw as well. So when he gets in the game, there's going to be that quarterback run element, but you got to be ready for both.
And a guy that feels like it's been there forever, Devin Mockabee, the running back. Have you ever seen anybody with his running style, and does it make him difficult to bring down?
Yeah, I mean, he reminds you of Isaiah Pacheco, like little fast guy that runs so hard. And Coach Wink said before the week's like, yeah, guys better get an extra lift in this week because it's going to be one of those type of games. Like, you got to tackle him, you got to wrap up, you got to run your feet, you got to gang tackle him because he runs hard and physical, and you can't arm tackle him.
One more thing about your team, the young offensive line week to week. Are you happy with their development?
Absolutely. I don't know if I've ever been a part of 3 redshirt freshmen or 3 freshmen starting on offensive line here. The closest I was when, we had Keegan, but he was a sophomore. Zinner was a sophomore. And Carson played as a sophomore. But those guys, they were third and second year players. There were some second, but more third year players. So to have this group, man, it's fun to watch, and they just keep preparing at a high level.
All right, when this one's over, you'll be sitting in the locker room with John Jansen. If you win, what are some of the boxes that need to get checked today?
Yeah, we played confident, not comfortable. We just definitely attacked everything. We were confident in the plan, confident in what we're doing, but we weren't comfortable at all, and we kept our edge. We played with consistent energy, throughout the game from the beginning to the end. It never stopped. But I want to see us have fun. It's a night game in the big house. Put in perspective, this is some of our seniors' second to last game in the big house. Guaranteed, I should say. So excited to see what our team does today.
Coach, good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There is Sharon Moore. Kickoff is straight ahead. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
When you're injured, the first thing you need is a huddle. The right offense, the right plan, the right call. For 35 years, Morgan & Morgan has been that huddle, fighting for the people and recovering more than $25 billion for our clients. This season, we're teaming up with the University of Michigan Athletics because the right huddle doesn't just protect you, it helps you win. Morgan & Morgan, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Injured? Just dial pound law. Morgan & Morgan, Michael Hanna, 150 West Jefferson Avenue, Detroit, 48266.
Do you want to stay connected with the Michigan Wolverines? Of course you do. So let us do most of the work. You can sign up for email updates that include team-specific news and great ticket offers. Plus, you can download the Michigan Athletics mobile app for instant access to scores, schedules, audio, video, push notifications, and so much more. All you have to do is visit mgoblue.com/connect and custom fit your approach. That's mgoblue.com/connect.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
You know what the expectation is when you roll into East Lansing.
To his left is Childs, and he fumbles the football, and the Wolverines are on top of it. Quarterback keeper running to his left, 10-5. Bryce Underwood to the end zone. Justice Haynes is going to bounce it outside to the 10, to the 5. Justice Haynes will stroll into the end zone. They go QB sneak, and Childs is not going to get there. The Wolverines get the stop on 4th and 1. Breaks a tackle across the 50 to the 40. Oh, look at this. Down the far sideline, Jordan Marshall to the house.
We needed this win, especially like this being a rivalry game. I just want to go out there and lay it all off for my brothers.
Felt like it was a really good win for us as a team, and got to continue to move on.
Just continue to keep attacking every day.
Being 1-0 each day, each game, not worrying about the next one.
Record aside, you're in the Big Ten. Any team could beat any team if you're not on your game.
Make sure that we're all on the same page and we're all going in the same direction.
It's going to be a challenge for us, and we're ready for it.
Michigan football is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan athletics. By the Michigan Lottery. For fun, for schools. Your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Coke Zero Sugar. Game day deserves the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar because fan work is thirsty work. And by Don'tRegretTheBet.org. Helpful tips to play it smart when you gamble from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Once again, with national champion John Jansen, here's Doug Karsh.
At the big house for Michigan and Purdue tonight, the Wolverines keep checking boxes towards a season-ending showdown with Ohio State. That is the story for down the road. That's why you got to take care of the Purdue Boilermakers here in Ann Arbor. Just about set to get this one underway, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. It's Military Appreciation Day here in Ann Arbor. Sharon Moore told a story this week about his father, a retired sergeant. Asked this week, was his dad strict? Sharon said, not too strict, but then he told a story when they were living in England when Sharon was 5 or 6 years old. He got behind the wheel of a car and drove it into the garage door, John Jansen, and his dad made him stand in the corner with his arms straight up in the air for 30 consecutive minutes. He said it was the worst punishment ever. But with that, let's thank the members of our armed forces, both career and voluntary. We do appreciate all you do for us.
Yep, so Sharon's been running through doors for a long time.
He has, as the Wolverines gather in the tunnel on the eastern sideline. Coach Moore, record 13-7 here in his second year full-time with Michigan. The Wolverines 6-2, coming off that 31-20 win over Michigan State. That box is checked, and there are more to check, like a Big Ten title, the playoffs. But you got to win this game, John Jansen.
You do, and this is a Big Ten football game. They're going to come out, Purdue, and be physical. They're going to be aggressive up front, and they're going to be disciplined defensively. Offensively, that might be another story, but defensively, they're going to be in the right spot, and it's going to be up to this offensive line to come out and move them off the ball. Receivers, you got to line up right, run the right routes, and when the ball is in your hands, you got to come through with the catch. So this game is really about execution.
Boilermakers 2-6, first-year head coach Barry Odom. His career record at the collegiate level 7 years prior to that at Missouri and UNLV, 46-39. Coach Odom, his dad was a high school football coach, and as a high school player, he had 4 touchdowns in a state championship game and a 29-7 win over Clinton when he was at Ada High School in Oklahoma. He played for former Wolverine assistant Larry Smith at Missouri. As the Wolverines take the field, and you heard John Jansen from Sharon Moore, the big game blues. They broke them out for this game because they wanted to make sure they didn't let down, and any little thing they could do to make sure that they gave their best effort tonight. So they broke out their favorite uniform combination, the blue jerseys with the blue pants.
Yeah, and it's all about focus. And if that's what helps them at least get onto the field, be focused, hey, whatever it takes. I don't really care. And it's just about going out there, and whether it's, kickoff or kick return. That's going to set the tone. Offense, defense. You get that first opportunity to be on the field, you're going to set the tone for the rest of the team.
In the meantime, Wink Martindale and Sharon Moore talking about defensively a week ago. They hated the last touchdown that Michigan State scored, but the standards are high. Meanwhile, Derek Moore, 2 weeks of great practice, according to Wink Martindale, and it's led to back-to-back games with 2 sacks. Number 8 coming on for Michigan.
He is, and he's one of those guys. We've been talking about him for a couple of years, the impact that he's had. He's been in the backfield. He's been in position to make some plays, and now we're starting to really see that all of that work pay off.
Yeah, and then Wolverines are going to have to likely move Jayshawn Barham back to linebacker for a lot of snaps tonight. With the injuries at linebacker, you heard that Cole Sullivan and Jimmy Roller are out. Now, offensively for Michigan, any concerns about the pass game? Sharon Moore told you in the coaches show earlier this week, we will definitely get it fixed. And it looked fixed. It looked great 2 weeks ago against Washington.
It did. They were able to go downfield. They were able to hit both McCulley, Marsh, and get some other guys mixed in there in terms of the tight ends. Now it's going to be a matter of how consistent they be. When you have young players, and Marsh is a young player, when you have young offensive linemen, protections can be a little bit up and down. Young quarterback, young running back. You got youth all over the place. That's kind of one of the trademarks, is it's going to be a roller coaster. And hopefully by the time you get to this point of the season, you're starting to be able to stack good performance on top of good performance so that when you get to that game at the end of the year, you're going to put your best foot forward.
Michigan offensive coordinator Chip Lindsey said this week, you run your runs, you throw your throws. Whatever we practice, we're going to run it. Some nights we run it to win. At the end of the day, winning the game is all that matters. Wolverines took care of business last week. As far as Purdue's concerned, 81 new players on this Purdue team from a year ago. That's basically a whole new team. Barry Odom admitted that it took until last Saturday. That home loss to Rutgers, it's the first time he really felt like they came together as a team.
Yeah, I mean, and shoot, they lost by a last-second field goal. So, they're coming in here a little bit more confident. Even though they're a 2-6 team, they put a good performance on the field. And for them, it's the same thing. New team, they're still trying to figure out, hey, who are my teammates? How do they play? Coaches trying to figure out the players. Players trying to figure out the coaches. And so, hey, just Michigan, don't let them figure it out tonight.
We go down below for the coin toss. The lead official is Brian Banks tonight. The Purdue Boilermakers in the road whites with the black helmets. Michigan, as we mentioned, the all blues tonight with the traditional maize and blue helmet.
Gentlemen,
let's go down to the middle of the field
welcome.
for the coin toss.
It's a great night for football. My name's Brian Banks. I'll be your referee today. Tim Gover's your umpire. The remainder of our crew is split between your respective team sidelines. Purdue, you're the visitors, therefore you get to call the toss. This is heads. This is tails. What's your call?
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's heads. You'll defer. You'll take the ball, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Michigan has won the toss. They've elected to defer. Which way do you want to kick? Kick that way? You spin this way?
So there you have it. The Wolverines win the toss. We'll see the Purdue offense first, and that means we'll see one of the more fun players to watch in the Big Ten. Number 45, a former walk-on running back, Devin Mockabee, 521 yards rushing this year. John Jansen, we saw him have a good game against Michigan in the Big Ten title game several years ago.
He's a danger. He's a threat because of his style of running, because they're going to run him so often, and he's a guy he's a never say die guy. He's going to fight for and scratch for every single inch and yard that he possibly can get.
They got two quarterbacks, Ryan Brown, he's the passer who can also run. Malachi Singleton, transfer from Arkansas, he's the runner who can also pass.
And it's going to be really important for this defense to identify which quarterback is in the game, which guy is going to be back there, because, like you said, one guy is better at running, one guy's better at passing. They can both do either or, but you're going to have a different approach when each guy is in the game. That's the challenge for the defense. Here's the other thing. Both of these guys have had a propensity to turn the ball over, throwing interceptions. So this secondary, coming off of what I think is their best performance against Michigan State, it's time to put a couple of those back-to-back. And Shug, hey, if that ball's in your hand in the first quarter, let's go, brother.
In the meantime, tight ends, 7 receptions all year for Purdue. Not many, and we get late word that Devin Mockabee is out for this game tonight, the Boonville, Indiana native, so he will not be playing for the Boilermakers. That is a big blow for them. We expect to see Antonio Harris and Malachi Thomas. Michael Jackson is deep as he will receive the opening kickoff from Beckham Sunderland, as he'll put his right foot into it. We'll get this one underway at the Big House under the lights. Great scene here in Ann Arbor. Michigan looking to improve to 7-2 on the year as Sunderland approaches the football, puts his right foot into it, and the kick sails inside the 5-yard line, and Jackson will have a chance to return it across the 10 to the 15 to the 20 and across the 25, where he is tripped up and down at the 26-yard line. And that's where we'll see the Michigan defense for the first time. Chase Taylor on the stop. And we mentioned Derek Moore up front, Trey Pierce, Rayshon Benny, and TJ Guy up front. Jayshawn Barham and Ernest Hausman we expect to see at the linebacker spots. Jair Hill, Brandon Hillman, TJ Metcalf, and Zeke Berry in the secondary as the ball is placed at the 26-yard line. And that's where Purdue will get their first snap from scrimmage. As we look down there and we see Ryan Brown, 59.5% of his passes have been completed for 1,689 yards, 8 touchdowns, 7 picks. He also has 51 rushes for 165 yards and 4 touchdowns. Interesting story. Brown transferred to North Carolina in the spring from Purdue and then transferred back to Purdue.
It's today's college football.
From the left hash, Brown in a shotgun, first snap. Goes quick pass out here to Jackson, who's got it behind the line of scrimmage, puts his head down and gets across the 30, out to the 32-yard line. It's a gain of 2 on first down. TJ Metcalf on the stop. Jason Avant, you liking the night game down there? You love the atmosphere?
Yeah, I love the atmosphere. I love the uniform combination. This is kind of sweet right here, and I love the players get to decide that. I wish we had that at a time when Lloyd was here.
Oh, yeah? But you would have gone with the big game blues quite a bit, huh?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. Second down and 7 for the Boilermakers. Brown in a shotgun, takes the snap, back to pass. Wolverines bring a blitz, steps up in the pocket and delivers over the middle. He's got his receiver out at the 49, takes a big hit across midfield and dropped right there. It is Nitro Tuggle, the transfer from Georgia, on the receiving end of that. And the ball is placed right at the 50-yard line, first down for the Boilermakers. Snap and a handoff, running right, tripping his way through the hole is Malachi Thomas. Ernest Hausman brings him down, a gain of 5. Call it 6 on first down. Purdue has it to the Michigan 44-yard line.
Michigan gambling on that initial first down where they're bringing a linebacker blitz. Quarterback does a nice job of being patient, standing in the pocket. Blitz doesn't get home, pressure doesn't get there, and they deliver a first down right over the middle where that linebacker would have been in a drop.
Second down and 4 for the Boilers. Tight formation to the left, one receiver split out wide to the right. That is E.J. Horton, the transfer from Florida Atlantic. This is the 4th school he's played at, though. Pistol formation, snap, and Brown looking to throw, and he gets it quickly out in the flat, caught by Nitro Tuggle for first down yardage. His knee was on the ground as he went low to get it, down at the Michigan 39-yard line. Tuggle's second catch of the game, Zeke Berry in coverage.
And another linebacker blitz. They brought Ernest Hausman off of the right edge. No one picked him up, but a nice job by Brown of running away from the blitz. He saw it, knew he had to get rid of the ball. Clock in his head went off and just delivered enough to get the first.
Tuggle's their speed guy. You got to show him respect. They were playing off him quite a bit. First and 10 Purdue from the Michigan 39. First possession of the ball game. Brown rolls out to his left, looking. He's going to float it out here in the flat, incomplete. Might have just thrown that one away. There's not a lot of options downfield.
No, they put the tight end in motion, and they just leaked him out. He's going to be the lead blocker, trying to pin everything on the inside. And Ernest Hausman sniffed it out, took the running back as he came out, and there was nothing there. It was a good throwaway.
Second down and 10 for the Boilers. 12:38 to go, first quarter. We are scoreless here in Ann Arbor. 2 receivers split wide to the right with the ball on the right hash. That's the near side. And alone on the left is Nitro Tuggle outside the hash, marked up man-to-man with Jair Hill. And Purdue's going to run it, a handoff to Harris, who gets a yard, maybe 2 before Cameron Brandt brings him down. It'll be 3rd and long for the Boilers.
Nice job of being patient in there. They give you a pass look, and Nitro Tuggle there, he's one-on-one with Jair Hill, but no pass. And Michigan defense standing tall against the run here on this set of downs.
3rd down and 8 for the Boilermakers. Brown empty set. Wolverines jump off sides. They're going to have a free play. Brown's going to take a shot deep downfield, throws it down a seam, incomplete. But we await this call. It looks like the Wolverines jumped into the neutral zone. Derek Moore.
Offside. Defense number 8. 5-yard penalty for the previous spot. It's 3rd down.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why they didn't even call the play dead. Derek Moore was about 4 yards in the defensive backfield.
On that play, we did see the freshman Nathaniel Owusu-Boateng on the field for the first time. And he'll remain in there for this 3rd down and 3 now for Purdue from the Michigan 33-yard line. On the edge of field goal range here, their kicker, I've seen some strong legs this year. He isn't the strongest I have seen, but in pregame warm-ups. We'll see what happens first. The Wolverines got to get a stop. 3rd and 3. Arrowhead formation to the left. The running back in the backfield is Thomas. Back to pass is Brown. He's in trouble, and the Wolverines will take him down. Back at the 40-yard line. Sacked. That'll take him out of field goal range. It was Derek Moore and TJ Guy meet me at the quarterback, and Purdue will be forced to punt.
And all that was brute force. Derek Moore just plowing his way through the right tackle. Nothing's there, so he just says, you know what, I'm going to put you in the quarterback's lap, reach around, and was able to bring him down. Great job.
I thought he was going to get called for an offside there, but great job of timing the snap. That's what caused the sack there.
Samaj Morgan standing on his own 7-yard line. as McAllister puts his right foot into it and sails it inside the 10. It checks up nicely, and Purdue will down it at the Michigan 9-yard line. And that's where the Wolverines will take over for their first possession of the game. We're at 11:50 to go here, quarter number 1. And scoreless in Ann Arbor. The Wolverines will get the football for the first time. When we continue, you're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
90s rock monsters. Bush, Saturday, December 20th at Soaring Eagle Casino. Showtime 8 p.m. Tickets start at $59 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com. Christmas rocks at Soaring Eagle Casino. Don't miss Bush. Bush, December 20th, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
He's got the speed. He's got room. He's going to score.
No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
For the win! Got it! Let's go!
Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go.
Deep to center field! Oh, it's gone!
Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2025.
Presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season, a proud supporter. Hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. All right, up front for Michigan, Blake Frazier, Gio Ahadi, Greg Crippen, Jake Guanera, and Andrew Sprague. The wide receivers, Samaj Morgan, Donovan McCulley, and Andrew Marsh. The tight end, Marlon Klein. Jordan Marshall gets the start, 99 carries, 544 yards, and 5 touchdowns on the year. And Bryce Underwood, a 61.1% completion percentage for 1,526 yards, 7 touchdowns, and maybe most impressively, John Jansen, just 2 interceptions here in his rookie campaign.
Yeah, he's been really good at protecting the football, and hopefully tonight's one of those nights where they kind of just let him go out there and play and don't put him in a position to make mistakes, but put him in a position to make good decisions and get the ball downfield.
11:16 to go first quarter. We are scoreless here in Ann Arbor. Purdue a few first downs before they had to punt. Here's Michigan's first snap. Handoff to Jordan Marshall, and he's got some room up the middle, plows forward out near the 14-yard line up the right seam. And that's where Michigan will have a 2nd and 6. Let's go down below to Jason Avant with an injury update.
Yeah, Jayshawn Barham went into the tent, and now he's headed into the locker room. Look like he's dealing with something upper body. Don't know what it is. I will let you know when I find out.
Wow, that tight end spot is really going to get tested tonight. The depth with Cole, Sullivan, and Jimmy Roller already out. 2nd down and 6 for Michigan. Pistol formation. Quick pass out here to Andrew Marsh. He's got to break a tackle, and he can't. And I'm not sure he got back to the line of scrimmage. Dropped by Hardor Hines.
They brought Jalen Hoffman out in motion to try and soften things up out there. They got Andrew Marsh, as we heard from Sherrone Moore, in the slot. Donovan McCulley trying to run the defense off, but just not much there once he had the ball in hand.
3rd down, and they're calling it 5 from the 14-yard line. Michigan with a bunch formation to the left and tight on the line of scrimmage. Split out wide by himself is Donovan McCulley to the right. Now they'll motion Zach Marshall out of there, and here's Underwood back to pass. He's in trouble. He's going to bail out of there, and he's going to run across the 20 to the 25. He's got the first down, and he's banged out of bounds at the 26-yard line of the Boilermakers. Move the chains on the scramble and the improvisation of number 19, Bryce Underwood.
Bryce sees that the blitz is coming from the outside. It's very similar to what they saw against Michigan State. What I tell you, Doug, that you knew they were going to see that blitz again. And Andrew Sprague's pointing it out. Everybody's identified. As soon as they bring that blitz, hey, there's nothing else out there. As soon as you account for it, there's a lot of open space out there. So whether it's a pass or a run, you got opportunity.
11 yards on the scramble. First down, Michigan. Handoff, Jordan Marshall up the middle, and he's going to get out near the 29-yard line. Good, hard running. A gain of 4. Lots of yards after contact there. Second down and 6.
It's going to be really important for Michigan to be more efficient on first down. We've seen a lot of seconds and 8, second and 9. If they can be second and 5, even second and 6 like they are right now, it really opens up the opportunity to be able to throw the ball downfield, knowing that you can pick it up. If it's an incomplete, 3rd and 6 is manageable.
4 wide here, 2 by 2 for Michigan. In the backfield is Jordan Marshall. Snap and back to pass is Bryce Underwood's going to let one go down the middle, looking for Jamar Browder in the seam behind the defense, and he overthrew him. Incomplete.
Yeah, and he had him too. It was going to be a tight window. Could have been it was a difficult throw, but it was there. And Jamar had a step on him, and that's that 6'5" receiver that we've been talking about for about a month now. We just want to see more opportunity for him.
Learning curve is steep with that young man, and they are trying to get him more involved with this offense. Wolverines on this 3rd down and 6. 2 receivers split wide to the right, 1 to the left. In tight is Andrew Marsh. Back to pass is Underwood. Here comes the rush. He's going to bail out of there, look downfield, and deliver. Too tall for Zach Marshall. He had him at the 44-yard line. Incomplete, and the Wolverines will be forced to punt.
And that's one of those where Bryce, and I know he got flushed out of the pocket, but he is a heck of a lot faster than that defensive lineman. Once he created some space, he's got to understand how quick he is. Set your feet and deliver that ball. If you're not comfortable throwing on the run, that's another opportunity. He could have picked up that first down with his feet.
Hudson Hollenbach standing on his own 15-yard line. Deep for Purdue is Michael Jackson. And this is a shank off the side of the foot. Did it get blocked maybe? That ball roll out of bounds at the Purdue 34-yard line. Not a great punt.
No, and it's been a matter of inconsistency with Hudson Hollenbach this year.
That's where Purdue will take over when we continue. 8:42 to go first quarter. Scoreless in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Honey, did you pay the rent this month? Because I just received a late notice.
Sorry, what's that?
Wait, are you gambling online again?
Me? No, not at all.
If managing the bills and your betting has become a challenge, self-excluding from online gambling or sports betting might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Players toward the end zone. Touchdown! Mario Manningham got it on the post, and Michigan will win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Fill your nights with joy and uncontrollable laughter at Motor City Casino Soundboard. Catch the hilarious stand-up comedy of D. Ray Davis November 15th. Double down with the wild antics of Trailer Trash Tammy November 16th. Then, change the vibe with the R&B stylings of Tamar Braxton November 19th. Only at Motor City Casino Soundboard. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain for Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, official partner of Michigan Athletics. Whether you're tailgating or headed to the big house, Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. New or pre-owned, our team has a large inventory of vehicles ready for you today. And a special offer for Wolverine fans, receive a $1,000 discount and 3 years of maintenance on any new Lexus purchase when you mention this ad. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor or get started at LexusofAnnArbor.com.
Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan and Purdue scoreless. 8:42 to go here. First half. Teams have exchanged punts, and Purdue will have it at their own 34-yard line for their second possession of the game. By the way, during the TV timeout, we had a special guest here. It was Captain William Swenson, a Medal of Honor recipient who got that medal for a 6-hour battle he was a part of back in Afghanistan in 2009 as Purdue completes a pass quickly out to the left flat. Brandon Hillman brings down the receiver after a gain of 2. It'll be second down.
Good pursuit by this Michigan defense, even that opening drive. Whether it's open field tackle, we saw one with T.J. Metcalf. Hey, you don't have to bring them down if you're the first guy there. You just have to stop them and wait for reinforcements to get there.
Second down and 8 for the Boilers. Brown takes the snap, going to roll out to the right. Pump fake, looking downfield, takes a shot, and he's got his receiver out near the 50. Ooh, a Wolverine went high and almost knocked it down. It was T.J. Metcalf, who now looks like he's hurt and he'll come off the field.
Yeah, I think when he went up, he just fell down awkwardly on his arm. But that's that hole shot that we talked about before, just over the corner and the linebacker and just in front of the safety. That's a hell of a throw.
Gain of 15 to the Michigan 49-yard line. Metcalf is now off the field. Brown in a shotgun, takes the snap. Back to pass, steps up, delivers over the middle. He's got his receiver who's caught up and dragged down from behind by Zeke Berry. Gain of 6. It was E.J. Horton on the reception, the transfer from Florida Atlantic.
Zeke had him in man coverage. He's trailing across the formation. Does a nice job of catching up to him, but just when a guy goes across the formation like that in man coverage, it's hard to stay in his hip pocket.
Second down and 5. Brown takes the snap and hands it off to the running back, and that's Antonio Harris, who gets 3 before he is dropped. Third down and short. Ernest Hausman on the stop for Michigan.
So far, Purdue is 0 for 1 on third down, so this is one of those tough situations because it's only 3rd and 3, and they've been effective at running the ball to this point.
3rd and 3 for the Boilers. Brown looks like he wants to change the play. The Wolverines showing a 4-man front. He's got a tight end and 2 receivers to the left. Brown takes the snap. He'll hand it off, and the first down is got. And now outside the numbers, inside the 30, down to the 24-yard line is Antonio Harris before Zeke Berry tracks him down. Purdue continues to move the chains here.
Michigan showing movement up front, slanting that defensive line, and when you do, you've got to have somebody that's going to set the edge. And right there, it was just Cam Brandt that he set the edge a little bit too far and just left a big hole in the middle.
That was a 20-yard run on third down and short. Now 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Snap and a handoff, and again, it's Harris up the middle. Not much running room as he is gang tackled at the 20, led by Damon Payne. Big number 44.
T.J. Metcalf is back up, and looks like he's ready to come back in the game. They worked on his brace, and now he's coming back in.
Okay, good. That is good news for a Michigan defense that is really banged up. Second down and 7 for the Boilers. Brown takes a snap, back to pass. Rush in his face. It's popped up in the air, and the Wolverines dive after it. Is it picked off? We'll see what they rule. A Wolverine defensive lineman dove for the football, and I believe they're saying incomplete.
It's an incomplete pass.
Is that Rayshon Benny down there?
Yeah. Loaf of bread, he couldn't catch it.
Rayshon's doing everything. That ball was hanging up in the air. It felt like for about an hour, and Rayshon just doing everything he can to try and get there. But yeah, as we see the replay, he was not able to bring it in.
It was Derek Moore in the face of Ryan Brown. Boy, Derek Moore's been on a tear of late.
Yeah, linebacker pressure as well, and that's something that they're going to review it. This will be a quick review.
Yeah, he definitely dropped it. Derek Moore has the snap count time, John. Talk about that, and when a defensive end has your timing down for snap count.
So here's what's going to happen. As soon as Derek Moore knows that tackle is going to be beating feet to get out of his stance and try and get to that point to cut him off from coming around the edge, just watch. Derek Moore is going to come inside. As soon as you get a tackle to turn his shoulders, you know it's over. You got a 2-way go. You can go whichever way you want. Heck, you got a 3-way go because you go right through him as well, which Derek Moore has already done.
Well, they continue to review it. This Close Shave Instant Replay is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, quality shave, and trusted value. They're not reviewing this for targeting, are they? On Derek Moore?
No, he hit his arm first.
Yeah, it's not targeting. I just saw a replay.
Yeah.
Maybe they think
After review, the rule on the field is changed to a fumble, which was recovered by the defense. It's first and 10, Michigan at the 28-yard line.
Okay.
So his arm wasn't coming forward.
So the ball was out before the ball came forward. Credit Derek Moore with a forced fumble. And credit Rayshon Benny with a fumble recovery. And Michigan will take over at their own 28-yard line.
Yeah, I guarantee I asked Rayshon on Monday morning, hey, did you know that was a fumble? Oh, yeah, sure, I knew that. Yeah, just trying to cover it up.
Scoreless here in Ann Arbor, 5:29 to go first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverines, ready to one-up your rivals off the field? Abbott and the Big Ten are back with the We Give Blood Drive. By showing up to donate blood, you can help your school win $1 million for student or community health. Score a limited edition home field design Michigan t-shirt. And most importantly, save lives. Go to bigten.org/Abbott to find a donation location and put Michigan in the lead. That's bigten.org/Abbott.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Vogt Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The 4th annual Night Out at the Big House sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, November 6th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to Tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Wolverines, Boilermakers, the November stretch run is upon us. And today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com.
People, this is the third consecutive game that Derek Moore has 2 sacks. Now 8.5 on the year. That was already, he went into this game top 15 in the country. He continues to rise up that chart. And Michigan now plus 10 in turnover margin. That ranks in the top 10 in the country as well. As Michigan takes over on their own 28-yard line. 1st and 10. Empty backfield for Bryce Underwood here. Scoreless in Ann Arbor. Underwood takes the snap. Will roll out to his right. Looking downfield. Has to make a man miss in the backfield. And he won't as he is brought down. What will go as a short loss. Charles Correa was back there. And Underwood ran into that one a little bit. I thought he might have had Andrew Marsh downfield.
Yeah, and here's the thing: it's when you roll out like that, you're trying to do it so that you get a clear view. He didn't have a clear view on that one because the Purdue defense was right there. They read it perfectly.
2nd down and 12 for Michigan. Underwood now with Samaj Morgan in the backfield. He'll turn and hand it off to Jordan Marshall, however, who's got a little bit of running room across the 30 out to the 32. A gain of 5. That'll set up 3rd and makeable. Correa again on the stop.
Yeah, what is it going to be, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7? I mean, it's manageable after having taken that sack on 1st down, and that's where Michigan has struggled this year is being productive on 1st down.
We're going to split out 2 receivers to the right, 3 to the left. Empty backfield again for Bryce Underwood. Now he'll wave Jordan Marshall into the backfield on his right hip. Purdue shows a 4-man front. Underwood looks to the sideline. Now let Purdue fake the blitz. And Bryce barks some commands at his offensive line. 3rd and 6. Underwood back to pass. He's in trouble. Now he's going to let one go deep out there for McCauley and just passed him over his outstretched hands. And he stumbles into the Purdue bench incomplete. And the Wolverines go 3 and out.
It's frustrating because we had some receivers open early, whether it was Browder down the middle of the field. We saw Zach Marshall that was open just a little bit outside his reach, and now Donovan McCulley. It's about precision, being able to throw that ball downfield and hit your receiver in stride.
I thought that was a good pass there.
It looked like McCulley might have held up a little bit, huh?
I thought he was delayed coming out of his break.
Jackson signals for a fair catch on this Hudson Hollenbach punt back on his own 18-yard line, and that's where Purdue will take over a 50-yard punt. That's much better, young man, and Purdue gets the football back with 3:53 to go first quarter. We are scoreless here in Ann Arbor. Let's go to the update desk and our guy, Rob Joyce. Rob?
Hey, Doug, just one game in the Big Ten besides ours yet to be decided. They are just about to kick off in Lincoln for Nebraska and USC. Everything else in the conference has wrapped up. Indiana pounded Maryland earlier this afternoon, 55-10. Hoosiers rushed for 370 yards as a team. Minnesota keeps Michigan State winless in Big Ten play. Gophers walk it off in overtime, 23-20 to become bowl eligible. Earlier today, Ohio State shut out Penn State in the second half, racing away from the Nittany Lions 38-14. Penn State's lost 5 straight. And Illinois East passed Rutgers 35-13 behind 5 Luke Altmaier touchdowns. Nationally today, top 20 SEC showdown about to begin in Knoxville between Tennessee and Oklahoma. Both of those teams already with 2 losses. Some notable finals. Number 5 Georgia survived an upset bid from Florida 24-20. No such luck elsewhere in the top 10. 9th-ranked Vandy lost at Texas 34-31. Number 10 Miami fell at SMU in overtime 26-20. Still another ranked-on-ranked game to come. 10-15 tonight. Number 24 Utah hosts 17th-ranked Cincinnati. We'll go more in-depth on the games earlier today. Give you the first half highlights from our game and more during the halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor. For now, back to the big house, guys.
Michigan fans, choose chill and celebrate responsibly. 21 means 21. Coors Light, choose chill. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
Well, just a little bit off the mark for Bryce early on. And whether it's quarterback, whether it's receiver, they got to get on the same page and get that connection. Here's the difference of what we're seeing with the Purdue offense so far. Ryan Brown, their quarterback, who's been less than 60% completion percentage throughout the course of this year, 6 of 7 so far, and he's hit 5 different receivers to this point. He's spreading the ball around.
And they're getting open in zones pretty effectively. We have to be more disciplined when we play cover 2. That corner has to sink underneath the corner route and not get baited into the flat. That's what happened a few times on that throw behind.
The whole shot.
Exactly.
Wuso Boateng is in there again, the freshman Michigan linebacker. We have not seen Jayshon Barham since he left with that injury and went to the locker room. So down 3 linebackers now is Michigan. Shotgun here for Brown. Brings a man in motion. That's Jackson. Will hand it off to his running back, Thomas, running right, and he gets a yard, maybe 2, out to the 20-yard line. The Wolverines stack him up and push him backwards, led by Ernest Hausman, Wolverines' leading tackler.
Ernie's doing a nice job of filling those holes on the inside, and he's able to do that because early on in some of these downs, you're watching, whether it's Trey Williams, Rayshawn Benny, they're doing a nice job of taking on some double teams. You see good movement and good flow by that Purdue offensive line, but they're holding up pretty good.
Jaden Sanders, the freshman, is in there at one of the corner spots. Caleb Anderson at another on the 2nd down and 8. 2 receivers to the right for Purdue, 1 to the left. On the right hash, Brown back to pass. Setting up a screen, and it gets blown up. Oh, Ernie Hausman not fooled at all. And drop back there is Thomas for a loss back to the 14-yard line.
All season long, Ernie's done a great job of sniffing out some of those screens. He's already done it once where the tight end was setting up for a block, keeping everybody inside. This one here, he sniffs it out and just beats the block to get underneath and make the play in the backfield.
That's diagnosis right there. Saw that one coming. It's going to be a 3rd down and 14 after a loss of 6. Purdue in front of the Michigan student section with the ball on their own 14-yard line. And they're going to hand it off to Thomas running right. He's got some room across the 20 before he is dragged down at the 22-yard line, well short of the sticks. And Michigan will force a punt.
Yeah, Purdue may have had the perfect play on there because as you're watching this Michigan defense, they had Derek Moore lined up over the guard, ran a game on the inside, and right where he vacated is where they tried to run it, but that's where you have the linebackers backfilling to make sure that if they do run it, it's not going to go big.
Jack McAllister on to punt. Samaj Morgan will come charging up and tell everyone to get away as the ball bounces, and it's going to take a Purdue roll inside the 30, inside the 25, and down to the 21-yard line. Those short punts that can roll, man, hidden yardage.
It is, and we've been on Samaj for some of his decisions, but that one, I don't even think there's no way he could have got up there and tried to field that punt.
Would Jabril have got it? He's the best. He was the best at that.
He was so good at being able to read the ball off the punter's foot and was instantly. He was a great center fielder. I think if he'd have played baseball, I would have put him at center field because he just had a great read off the bat.
56 yards on the punt. Michigan will take over. 57, on their own 21-yard line here.
See if we can find some rhythm in that pass game.
Minute 44 to go, first quarter. Scoreless in Ann Arbor. Ooh, they're going to put 4 receivers in a diamond formation out to the right. Bryce will take the snap and fire it quickly out there. 2, Jordan Marshall makes a man miss. 30, down the far sideline, 35, 40, and knocked out of bounds right in front of the Purdue bench at the 45-yard line. Call it the 46. Manny Powell, the linebacker, got out there and knocked him out of bounds. Made one man miss, and away he went.
Yeah, and a great job of being aggressive at the point of attack. And you got Marsh out there, young fella, giving his body up for a block.
Yeah, some good blocking for Jordan Marshall, who went 25 yards. Now they'll hand it off to Marshall, running left across the 50 to the 45, into the clear, down the near sideline. Jordan Marshall to the goal line and into the blue. Touchdown, Wolverines, and Michigan strikes on a 55-yard run by Jordan Marshall. 2 plays, and the Wolverines lead it 6-0.
And I love showing that diamond formation with 4 receivers out to the right. Ball goes out there. Jordan Marshall's the one that picks up the first down. Then you put Jordan back in the backfield, and you hit off the left tackle.
On for the extra point is Dominic Zavada. Beckham Sunderland will hold. Greg Tarr will snap it. Clean snap. The ball is placed down. The kick is up. And the kick is good. And Michigan takes a 7-0 lead on a 55-yard touchdown run from Jordan Marshall. That Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. What great blocking on the left side of that offensive line, John Jansen.
It was, and a great job by Giovanni El-Hadi of keeping his shoulders square. He took his initial steps, and no one presented themselves. And instead of just running downfield, he was patient, picked off the 3 technique, or at least helped with the 3 technique, up to that linebacker, pinning everything inside. That's what allowed Jordan Marshall to basically go 56 yards, nearly untouched.
Well, Purdue is 88th in the country in plays of 20 yards or more allowed. Only 2 teams in the Big Ten are worse, Michigan State and Rutgers. They are 110th in the country in plays of 30 yards or more, with 20 of those. They are 127th in the country of plays of 40 yards or more allowed. And now they've given up 14 of those after that touchdown run by Jordan Marshall.
Bad news Bears.
Well,
no, I'm not saying that.
They give up some big plays, don't they?
They do, but honestly, I don't know that there was anything they could do on that one. That was just great blocking up front.
Michael Jackson deep, standing on his own goal line to field this kick from Beckham Sunderland, who puts his right foot into it and sails it deep into the northern end zone. It lands 9 yards deep for a touchback, and Purdue will take over at their own 25-yard line. 7-0 Michigan here, minute 25 to go, first quarter.
Yep, and we'll go back to the Derek Moore show and see what he has to do. I mean, 2 drives for Purdue so far, 2 sacks, 1 forced fumble by Derek Moore, and he's back out there hoping for more.
Now we see another young linebacker as Chase Taylor is in there. 6'2", 237, a freshman out of Ellenwood, Georgia. He's in there with Troy Bowles. He's going to get a lot of snaps tonight.
He is going to get a lot of snaps, and it'll be great to see some of these young guys and some of the new guys just get some experience.
Brown on this first down play, back to pass, delivers over the middle, and it's caught at the 30, and that's going to be it. Hey, Taylor got in there, the young freshman. Give him the 31-yard line. The Boilermakers, a gain of 6 on first down. Nitro Tuggle. His given name is not Nitro, by the way.
I know. Well, I mean, you talk about 2 receivers with great names. You got Michael Jackson out there and Nitro Tuggle.
I was so hoping that was his real name.
It's Niterion.
That's close enough.
2nd down and 4. Wolverines bring a blitz, handoff, and up the middle is Antonio Harris, and he's out close to the first down. Looks like he got it at the 30.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Wake Martindale right now is being very aggressive with these linebackers. He has brought at least one on nearly every single play, whether it's been a run blitz or a pass blitz. He is putting some stress on this offensive line.
Check that. It was the 35-yard line, and that's where Chase Taylor gets credited with the tackle. They're going to run it again, and it's Harris running to his left, and this time out near the 40. Another gain of 5 yards for Antonio Harris on what will likely be the final play of the first quarter. Dominic Nichols in there on the stop.
Well, with the propensity to turn the ball over from the quarterback position, you knew that they were going to try and come in here, and you thought they were going to do it with Devin McCabe, but obviously him not being able to go here tonight, they're turning to everyone else, and they want to be able to take as much stress off the quarterback as they possibly can.
Clock hits 0. First quarter in the books. 7-0 Michigan here in Ann Arbor. It'll be 2nd down and 5 for the Boilers from their own 40. When we continue, you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
In sitcoms, when someone has a problem, they just blurt it out and move on.
Well, I lost my job and my parakeet is missing. How was your day?
But the real world is different. Managing life's challenges can be overwhelming. So, what do? We get support. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have mental health resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. See how much further you can go when you take care of your mental health.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Third quarter, Michigan leads at 7-0. Purdue's had the football for 10 minutes and 32 seconds, however, to Michigan's 428. Total yards, 103 to 82 in favor of Michigan. Check this out. Michigan has 25 yards passing. All to Jordan Marshall on the one play. Yeah. Michigan has 78 yards rushing. 68 of it to Jordan Marshall, who, without Justice Haynes, we expected to have a big night, and sure enough, already he's got a 54-yard touchdown run. Michigan up 7-0 here in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, that other 10 came on the one run by Bryce Underwood that converted into a first down, but it's going to be a heavy load for Jordan Marshall tonight.
Hope he can get to back up there. Maybe Jasper comes in.
Sure, they love the freshman. Reminds him of a young Hassan Haskins, bigger running back. 2nd down and 5 for the Boilers from their own 40. Snap and a handoff running to his left and turning upfield is Malachi Thomas. He gets a yard and a half. Ernest Hausman on the stop. Boy, I've said his name a ton tonight already.
I know. I was just, when you said that, I'm like, I'm going to go back and look. Ernie already has 5 tackles, 4 solo.
3rd down and 4 for Purdue. They quickly line up. And snap it, running right and getting the first down is Thomas across the 45 out to the 49-yard line, tripped up at the 50 by Jaden Mangum. Gain of 9 on 3rd and 3.
We talk about the amount of times that Wink is blitzed, that they brought Ernie Hausman inside on that one, and sometimes you run right by the running back, just because it's hard to adjust when you're on a blitz like that.
1st and 10, Purdue with the football at the 50-yard line. Brown takes a shotgun snap, back to pass, floats it down the right side. Breaking a tackle down there is Tuggle. Sanders couldn't bring him down, and now here come a whole bunch of Wolverines who will get him to the ground at the 48-yard line. Troy Bowles, the first to get there, a gain of 7.
Yeah, Jaden Sanders just whiffed on that first opportunity to make the tackle, but at least he slowed him down enough that reinforcements arrived. That's what this defense is doing really good right now. They've been better at open field tackling. Obviously, not the occasion here, but it's the pursuit of this defense that has helped prevent any big plays.
2nd down and 3 for the Boilers from the Michigan 43-yard line. Brown looks to the sideline, looks like he wants to change the play. He's got 10 seconds on the play clock. Michigan leading 7-0, 13:22 to go, first half. Claps his hands, takes the snap, will hand it off, and up the middle is Thomas again, and he's got the first down across the 40 down to the 39 into a scrum. Gain of 4. His forward progress is stopped. And they'll blow the play dead at the Michigan 39-yard line. Move the chains again for Purdue.
In watching film on this Purdue team, the one thing you could say, yeah, they've made some mistakes and they've been out of position a couple of times, and they're not a great team. But the one thing that you'll never be able to say is that up front, this 5 offensive linemen and those 4 defensive linemen, they're going to hit you in the mouth. It's a physical bunch.
Now they go empty backfield here for Ryan Brown, who takes the snap. Wolverines bring an extra rusher. They pick it up. He'll bail out of there to his right. Going to fire one downfield, and it is incomplete.
Holding.
And we get a flag in the Purdue backfield. He overthrew his intended receiver down there. I believe that was Antonio Harris.
And it was whoever was blocking Rayshon Benny. He did a nice job of selling the hold, as those defensive linemen like to do.
Threw his arms in the air.
Yeah.
You sound like you don't like that.
Yeah, I think there might even have been a tear.
Holding. Offense number 78. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. It's first down.
We'll take it.
You didn't like it when defensive linemen did that to you.
Oh, man. They're always begging the official for that hanky. Use it to wipe away their tears and wipe their little noses.
Wow.
But we'll take it since it happened. It's in favor of Michigan.
It worked, John.
Yeah.
Relax. They back about 10 yards. It'll be 1st and 20 for the Boilers following the hold. Wolverine showing a 4-man front. Brown's going to fire it quickly, and he's got his receiver on a wide receiver screen across the 45, and he's flung to the ground by Jair Hill. It was E.J. Horton on the receiving end of that. Give him 6 yards.
Jair doing a nice job of taking on the blocker, keeping his distance by extending his arms and then being able to shed the blocker, come inside, and be able to make the tackle.
7-0 Michigan here at the Big House. Clock running, 12:08 to go, first quarter. 2nd down and 14 for Purdue. Brown has gone the whole way. They haven't gone to Singleton yet for one snap. They'll hand it off. Running left is Harris across the 40 and across the original line of scrimmage down to the 38 where Ernest Hausman brings him down. That's 5 more yards. It'll be 3rd and long.
Nice job by Ernie by backtracking his steps, because they brought him on the left side. And Purdue, the left side of the defense, Purdue ran to the other side. He's able to retrace his steps and still make a play.
3rd down and 9. Let's see what Wink dials up. Michigan's defensive coordinator has done an outstanding job the last couple of weeks. 3 receivers split to the left on this 3rd and 9 for Purdue. Brown back to pass. Going to deliver, and he's got a man short of the sticks at the 32, and he's dropped immediately by Jaden Sanders. It was E.J. Horton. And it'll be 4th down and about 3.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for it. This the Purdue team, and I mean, we haven't seen any trick plays yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them. They're going to try and steal a possession, steal some points, whatever they get. This may just simply be the fact that they're out of field goal range for their kicker.
Wolverines bring in an extra body up front defensively. Is that Bobby Kenka? 4th and 2 for Purdue. Shotgun here for Brown. Claps his hands. He's going to throw, looking to the right, and he's got a man with 1st down yardage right in front of Anderson. Is Nitro Tuggle for a gain of 5.
Well-designed play in regards to being able to get Nitro Tuggle out in the flat. They ran everybody off on that side and just ran him underneath the coverage.
Looks like Caleb Anderson might have a stinger. Comes off with his left arm kind of dangling. Wolverines defensively are just dropping like flies.
Yeah.
1st and 10, Purdue from the Michigan 27-yard line. The Boilers trail at 7-0. And here we go with Singleton taking a quarterback draw. The backup quarterback, the transfer, 4-star from Arkansas. He gets 5 yards running behind the left side of that Purdue line.
Yeah, pulled the right guard, got the quarterback in right behind him. That's a big body that's rolling through there. That's Hank Purvis.
Singleton was at quarterback for Arkansas when they upset number 4 Tennessee. Transferred to Purdue. And he'll stay in the game on this 2nd down and 5. And a shotgun. Brings a man in motion, takes the snap, and he'll go QB run up the middle, and he's got some room across the 20 down to the 10-yard line. And he's dragged down there by Ernest Hausman. Move the chains again for Purdue. The Boilermakers knocking on the door inside of 10 minutes to go here, first half.
That's about the exact same play that Michigan saw against Oklahoma with John Mateer, and they've got to find a way to come up with a solution, because they didn't against Oklahoma, and now they've got to find a way to do it against Purdue.
Yeah, and they fake the jet sweep, and quarterback goes up the middle. Malachi Singleton will stay in there. 1st and goal from the 9. Singleton claps his hands and takes the snap, and he's going to let one go to a wide open running back out of the backfield, Malachi Thomas, who will walk into the end zone for a Purdue touchdown.
There's a flag on the field, though.
Flag on the far side. Michigan pointing at Purdue. It's a legal man downfield, perhaps. Looked like an RPO.
Yeah,
Ineligible player downfield. Offense. Number 0 was covered by another eligible player and then went downfield and it's a forward pass. It's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. It's first down.
So Nitro Tuggle just, I'm assuming, lined up in the wrong spot. He lined up on the ball versus off the ball. Makes him ineligible, and as soon as he goes downfield, that's an illegal player downfield.
Well, that will take 6 points off the board. And back up Purdue 5 yards. Will be 1st and goal again, this time for the 14-yard line. And they got Ryan Brown back in at quarterback here. Brown takes the snap. Going to hand it off, running left inside the 15 down to the 10. Antonio Harris. Mason Curtis forces him out of bounds at the 9-yard line, a gain of 5.
Well, their left tackle, Tanona, did a nice job of setting the edge on that. Not easy to do against Cam Brandt, but did it just enough to where they could get to the edge and pick up some yardage.
Harris checks out. Thomas checks into that Purdue backfield. And they put Singleton back in there. More running of the two quarterbacks on this 2nd and goal from the 9. It's in the backfield between two backs. Nitro Tuggle lined up in the backfield. Singleton takes the snap, and he's going to roll out to his right. No, he hands it off, my bad, to a running back, Malachi Thomas, who gets stacked up at the line of scrimmage by Dominic Nichols. No gain.
Nice read by Dom Nichols, crashing down. Sometimes that edge guy, you know you got the quarterback, but they had Ernie sticking outside, and he crashes down to take away the running back.
John, this is the 16th play of the drive for Purdue. 3rd and goal from the 9. 7:22 to go, first half, clock running. 7-0 Michigan. Ryan Brown back in at quarterback. Antonio Harris is the back to his left. Nitro Tuggle goes in motion from left to right. Now there's 3 receivers out there. And we get a flag. Michigan jumped off sides. Brown's going to throw a jump ball into the end zone, and it's incomplete. And now another flag in the end zone. And we might get Jair Hill with a pass interference.
Yeah, one only gives you 5 yards. The other one gives you a first down.
Yep, pass interference.
Well, the Wolverines' defense has to get off the field. And this will give them another first down. Play was in the end zone, so they'll spot the ball on the
There are 2 fouls on the play, both on the defense. Offside. Defense number 9. That penalty's declined. Pass interference. Defense number 20. The ball placed at the 2-yard line. Automatic. First down.
Well, there you have it. Purdue's going to have another first and goal. They've had the ball this drive for 9 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yeah, and they're swapping out quarterbacks. This is where the Michigan defense has to identify who's in at quarterback because it changes the game plan for them.
Well, now it looks like they got Harris, the running back. It goes direct snap, carries it up the middle, and he fights towards the goal line. And Purdue's saying touchdown, and indeed it is. Antonio Harris on the direct snap, the running back behind the right side of the offensive line. And he's into the end zone to make it 7-6 here with 6:55 to go in the first half.
Well, I mean, they're trying to run the fake with bringing Malachi Singleton in motion. There's confusion in the backfield, so it wasn't even executed right, but it was just good push by that Purdue offensive line, pushing Michigan's defense right into the end zone.
This is going to happen a little bit. Wink is like substituting pretty much the whole defense pretty much every series and sometimes multiple within the series, so you're going to give up some points or some yardage.
Spencer Porath on for the extra point. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And with 6:55 to go here in the first half, Purdue capitalizes on a 17-play, 75-yard drive over 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Tied at 7 here in Ann Arbor. Wolverines get the football back next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits. We have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Time of possession here in favor of Purdue. 18 minutes and 37 seconds to 4 minutes and 28 seconds for Michigan.
Yeah, that last drive was 9.5 minutes long, and well, at least we know Michigan's offense are going to go out there right now and be extremely fresh.
Andrew Marsh will field this kickoff 4 yards deep, and he'll bring it out across the 5 to the 10 to the 15, out to the 20, and that's where he is swarmed under by a host of Purdue tacklers. And that's where Michigan will take over when we continue for the Big House. 6:49 to go, first half. 7-7. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Attention, Michigan drivers. Are you paying too much for auto insurance? Visit insuringmichigan.com now for a quote in less than 5 minutes that could save you hundreds. Whether you're navigating Ann Arbor streets or cruising through Traverse City, Pioneer State Mutual has the coverage you need, combined with the personal service of a local agent. Don't wait. Head to insuringmichigan.com and see how much you can save. That's insuringmichigan.com, your go-to for auto insurance in Michigan.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Haskins scores! Untouched from the 4-yard line.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think forward first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Easy Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months, with only $359 cash due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCL cash, $1,000 open trade assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
You can tweet us at MGoBlue Radio. MGoBlue Radio, tell us where you're listening to the game tonight. And we'll get some of those names on the air a little bit later on at MGoBlue Radio. Jason Avant down there, he's seeing some frustration set in after that long drive allowed by the defense.
You know, at a lot of communication, I won't say frustration. The defensive coaches are going overboard because there's so many young guys playing, and you can see that they're trying to communicate best as possible. The sideline is still up. Their body language is good, like they're into the game, but more communication than normal.
All right, well, we see Michigan taking over on their own 20-yard line with two tight ends to the left. Andrew Marsh is out there as well. Donovan McCulley split wide right. Pistol formation with Jordan Marshall deep in the backfield. He's got Michigan's lone touchdown on a 54-yard touchdown run. Underwood brings Marshall in motion. Now he'll yo-yo back to the left, and they'll hand it off to Marshall, running to the left, and he's got some room. Can he break a tackle? He couldn't quite, and gets tripped up at the 26-yard line. A gain of 6 on first down. He had a lot of open field in front of him.
He did. Nice job by Andrew Marsh, going in motion, drawing that defense, and then coming around the edge and setting a nice block.
2nd down and 4 for Michigan. Ball's at the 26-yard line on the left hash. 3 receivers split wide to the right, 1 to the left. That's McCulley. Underwood back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. He'll step up and he'll run. Can he get the first down? He dives, and I think he's got it across the 30. Move the chains for Michigan. And we got an injured Boilermaker in the Michigan backfield. That is Ian Jeffries, a defensive tackle, a transfer from Arkansas State.
Wow. What would you say in the pregame? They got 81 new players on this roster?
Yep. It's easier to list who isn't a transfer.
Yeah. Even some of those guys transferred out, then transferred back.
Right.
Wonder he went to North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Must not have liked Coach Belichick very much.
Quick transfer to North Carolina and then back to West Lafayette.
But, yeah, now nice to be able to pick up that first down. Great job by Bryce of being able to exit the pocket when he gets under pressure, keeping his eyes downfield, noticing that, hey, there's nothing there. I can pick up this first with my feet, and then falling forward instead of sliding in that occasion. You're okay with a little bit of contact there.
All right, we're ready to go. Ball at the 30-yard line, 1st and 10 for Michigan. Underwood surveys the defense, takes the snap. Play action will roll out to his right. And he'll deliver to Andrew Marsh at the 50, and he's got it. It goes to the ground, does the young freshman. A gain of 20 yards for Michigan. Andrew Marsh leads his team in yards per catch, 16.78 on the year. Give him 20 yards there.
I don't think Andrew Marsh saw that ball until it was almost right on him.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking.
Look what I found.
Could have been a touchdown if he kept his feet. Snap, and Underwood back to pass, fires it to Deacon Tonelli at the 50 on the far side. Can't make a man miss, and is dropped at the 45-yard line by Taj Raiyi.
Well, I tell you what, there are some things that Bryce Underwood just does where you're like, wow. I mean, this ball, you got a blitzer coming right at him, and all he does is step back, sidearms it to Deacon Tonelli to miss the edge defender that's coming off the side.
It's going to be 2nd down and 6 for Michigan. From the Purdue 45-yard line, we're 5 minutes to go, first half, tied at 7. Underwood takes the snap, hands it off to Jordan Marshall, who gets into the hole, puts his head down to the 43-yard line before he is stacked up on Miles Slusher. And it'll be 3rd down and short.
Yeah, I mean, I like what they're doing right now with Bryce in regards to, hey, ball out of his hands quick. Didn't start off the game, took some shots downfield, but just gained a little bit of confidence with a couple of short passes.
3rd down and call it 4 for Michigan. Underwood claps his hands, takes the snap, looking over the middle, delivers, and it's caught at the 38-yard line by Zach Marshall. Good for a 1st down as he goes to the ground. Charles Correa in coverage, move the chains.
That's a veteran move by Zach Marshall. He knew exactly where he had to get to for that 1st down. That's a tight window, and as soon as he gets there, the ball is on him. He falls down for a 1st down.
Boy, that tight end room is deep, isn't it?
Oh, so many players.
Now a tight formation with one receiver split out wide right. It's Andrew Marsh. He goes in motion to the left. Now Yo-Yo's back to the right. Snap and a handoff to Jordan Marshall. Breaks a tackle and gets inside the 35-yard line and battles down. Well, he'll stop him his forward progress right there. A gain of 4. 3:36 to go first half.
Well, he is really tough to bring down, and he's fighting for every single inch he can possibly get. That's where I'd really like to see some of those offensive linemen. There's a couple around the pile, but we need to see all 5 guys flying around the pile, knocking Boilermakers off.
2nd down and 6 for Michigan. Jasper Parker in the Michigan backfield. Snap, play action, back to pass is Bryce. He's going to let one go deep down the right side. Diving in the end zone is Donovan McCulley, and he can't come up with it. Just can't quite connect on those deep shots tonight, Kenny.
No, the protection was there. I mean, he had plenty of time. He had a cup of coffee back there, allowed Donovan McCulley to get downfield, and it's just out of the outstretched arms. And Jason, are these receivers having a hard time picking up the ball?
Right there, I thought the ball could have been a little bit more outside there, but I didn't see the acceleration to get the ball, and that would let me know that they didn't see it, just like you would allude to right there.
3rd down and 6 for Michigan. Underwood in a shotgun, takes the snap. Back to pass, steps up in the pocket. He's got room to run across the 35, down to the 30, cuts inside, 1st down, dives across the 25, down to the 23-yard line. Move the chains with 2:54 to go first half, and we got a pair of Boilermakers getting up slowly. And one of them staying on the ground. That's Smiley Bradford, who is not a transfer.
No, and Bryce doesn't, a nice job of avoiding the pressure in the backfield, and I think he's really starting to get a feel as a runner of how to set up some of these defenders and pick up the first.
As they take Bradford off the field, we'll take a break. Tied at 7, 2:53 to go. Wolverines knocking on the door. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.